Chapter 133. Li Changsheng. He is Li Changsheng. Cheng Yu's eyes flashed with hatred. Hearing this, everyone in the Cheng family was shocked. Master Liu, why are you with this man? A bad premonition arose in Cheng Hui's heart. Where is Master Zhuo? He promised to help my Cheng clan get rid of Li Changsheng. Could it be that he cheated my Cheng clan of their treasures and turned his gun on my Cheng clan? Old Master Cheng was very angry and asked loudly. I've already sent the Master Zhuo you speak of to the King of Hell. Li Changsheng smiled faintly and walked towards the Cheng clan. What? Everyone in the Chen family gasped when they heard this. In their eyes, Zhuo Daorong was like an immortal. How could he die so easily? Mr. Li is so powerful that ordinary people like you can't imagine. Now that I have joined Mr. Li, I will give you a dignified death. Kill yourselves. Liu Chong said coldly. He knew very well that he was playing the role of Li Changsheng's henchman, so he didn't need Li Changsheng's order. At this time, the bodyguards of the Cheng family heard the noise and rushed toward Li Changsheng with weapons in their hands. These bodyguards were professionally trained and hired by the Cheng family with a high salary. Each of them had extraordinary skills, especially the electric batons and daggers in their hands. They all rushed toward Li Changsheng. How dare you attack Mr. Li? You are courting death. Before Li Changsheng could do anything, Liu Chong took a step forward and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose from the ground and sent the bodyguards flying. Liu Chong's strength was not worth mentioning in front of Li Changsheng, but Master Liu was like an immortal in the eyes of ordinary people. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen bodyguards were all sent flying by Liu Chong. Everyone in the Cheng family was shocked. They had already seen how powerful Zhuo Daorong was, but they still had a little hope. Now, they were completely desperate. This was the legendary immortal. How could they resist? Even old Master Cheng Hui was unable to maintain his composure. I don't believe it. No matter how powerful he is, he can still block bullets. The head of the family, Cheng Hui, took out a pistol from his bosom and pulled the trigger at Liu Chong. Bang! The bullets spat out tongues of flame as they flew over quickly. Liu Chong only sneered at this and slapped his palm forward. The bullet was so fast that he was able to judge its trajectory and hit it with his palm. What was even more shocking was that he was able to catch the powerful bullet with just 2 fingers. How is that possible? This is completely beyond common sense. Everyone from the Cheng family was dumbstruck. The impact of Liu Chong's move was too great. Liu Chong's senior brother, Zhuo Daorong, was even stronger than Liu Chong, but he died at the hands of Li Changsheng. Just how terrifying was this young man? The hearts of the Cheng family members fell to the bottom of the valley. Master Liu was already so powerful, and there was also the even more unfathomable Li Changsheng, causing them to fall into despair. It's time. Old Master Cheng threw the teacup on the table to the ground and then heard a loud bang. A huge rocket launcher bombarded the direction of Li Changsheng and Liu Chong. The moment the rocket launcher sounded, everyone covered their ears and fell to the ground. This was the Cheng family's strongest defense. I don't believe that the rocket launcher can't kill you. Old Master Cheng thought bitterly in his heart. He knew very well that even people like Zhuo Daorong were still made of flesh and blood. The weapons of the human world could still threaten them. Otherwise, the world would be in chaos. In fact, his guess was right. The moment the rocket launcher sounded, Liu Chong's face turned pale. Even his senior brother, Zhuo Daorong, who was at the 9th level of Qi refinement realm, couldn't resist the power of the rocket launcher. It's over. I didn't expect the Cheng family to have such a trick up their sleeve. Just when Liu Chong was regretting, Li Changsheng snorted coldly. Insignificant skill. He took a step forward and raised his fist to meet the incoming rocket launcher. His fist carried a sonic boom in the air, like a dragon coming out of its cave. Under the incredulous eyes of the Cheng family, he directly hit the rocket launcher. Bang! A loud bang. The rocket launcher hit Li Changsheng's fist and suddenly exploded. And Li Changsheng's whole body was wrapped in burning flames. Is he dead? Everyone in the Cheng family raised their heads and stared at the courtyard. Liu Chong was hit by the powerful blast and flew out horizontally. Fortunately, Li Changsheng blocked all the power, so he only felt a little stuffy and was not injured. How dare you come to my Cheng family and behave so atrociously? No matter what kind of immortal you are, you will still die. Old Master Cheng smiled proudly. He didn't believe that anyone could withstand the power of the rocket launcher with a flesh and blood body. Everyone in the Cheng family also looked happy. However, Old Master Cheng's laughter had yet to fade away when he saw a figure standing quietly in the courtyard after the smoke cleared the sky. Aside from his somewhat messy clothes, his calm face and the sneer in his eyes made everyone in the Cheng family shudder. I didn't expect that your Cheng family even prepared such a powerful weapon like the rocket launcher. Any ordinary cultivator, even a Xiantian realm expert, would have fallen into your trap. It's a pity that you've encountered me, Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng let out a faint smile and patted the dust off his body. Then, he looked back at the direction where the rocket launcher came from. It was a building similar to a turret, where a handsome man was carrying a cannon on his shoulder. The smile on his face had already frozen. When Li Changsheng's eyes landed on him, he turned around and fled down the turret. Li Changsheng just snorted coldly and ordered Liu Chong, "Deal with him for me." Understood. Liu Chong was also shocked just now. Only now did he react, and his body turned into an afterimage as he flew toward the turret. A few seconds later, the handsome man who had just run down the stairs had a smile on his face when Liu Chong rushed over and smashed his skull, causing him to fall to the ground with his head raised. At this time, Li Changsheng didn't look at the turret and walked toward the Cheng family. With each step he took, his aura skyrocketed. When he walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, everyone in the Cheng family felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. Old Master Cheng, who had already stood up, fell to his knees with a plop. The rest of the Cheng family wanted to straighten their backs, but they couldn't and could only crawl on the ground. It's time to end everything. When Li Changsheng's last step fell, it was as though an earth-shattering earthquake. Boom! The entire Cheng family mansion collapsed as if it had been hit by a magnitude 18 earthquake. All the Cheng family members were buried under the rubble. None of them survived. The Chuzhou City News reported, in October of 2014, the Cheng family's mansion suddenly collapsed due to lack of maintenance. A total of 18 core members of the Cheng family were killed. The news caused an uproar. Chapter 134. While the upper-class circle of Chuzhou City was filled with news about the Cheng family, Li Changsheng and Liu Chong had already embarked on a trip to Miaojiang. That page of scripture was obtained by Liu Chong's master in an ancient cave in the depths of the 100,000 mountains of Miaojiang. It was said that the cave was full of danger. There were a total of 3 people who explored the cave with Liu Chong's master. In the end, only Liu Chong's master was lucky enough to escape, and the others died inside. When Liu Chong's master mentioned the past to Liu Chong, he still had a lingering fear, saying that he was lucky to be able to come out. On the plane to Miaojiang, Li Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and Master Liu Chong next to him introduced the situation of Miaojiang in a low voice. There are many strange things in the 100,000 mountains, and it is covered with dense forests everywhere. It is difficult to distinguish between things. Even if there is a map left by my master, I am afraid it will be difficult for us to find that ancient cave. Then what should we do? Li Changsheng looked up at Liu Chong. There should be a way, right? Liu Chong smiled bitterly. Along the way, he had seen that although Li Changsheng looked young, nothing could be hidden from him. Yes, we can't tell the direction and can't find the route, but the local people can find it. There was a local chief who explored the cave with my master. Although he died inside, my master had never lost contact with them when he was alive. A few years ago, I also went to Miaojiang with my master. As long as we ask the local people to help lead the way, coupled with the map left by my master, we will definitely be able to find that ancient cave. That's it, just ask them to lead the way. Li Changsheng said lightly. It's not that simple. Although my master has some friendship with that branch, the friendship has been very weak after so many years. It may not be so smooth to ask them to help lead the way. The local people are eccentric, especially xenophobic. There are many secrets in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. They don't welcome outsiders to enter, especially when their chief and my master explored together, but they died inside. I'm afraid it will be difficult to ask them to send someone to lead the way. There will always be a way, and they are not the only village in Miaojiang, right? Li Changsheng, on the other hand, was not worried. At worst, he could just use force and grab a random person to lead the way. Liu Chong opened his mouth and guessed the meaning behind Li Changsheng's words, but in the end, he did not say anything. This method was not impossible, but it was extremely easy to anger the local Miao people, and by then, it was likely to lead to a disaster. In Liu Chong's opinion, although Li Changsheng was an expert at the 10th level of qi refinement, as far as he knew, there were carnate powerhouses in Miaodi. The plane landed in a city on the outskirts of Miaojiang. Li Changsheng and Master Liu rented another off-road vehicle and drove to the She clan that Master Liu mentioned. Cars could only drive to the outer regions at most, and the inner regions could only be entered on foot. In the dense forest, the trees covered the sky and the sun, giving off a tranquil and mysterious atmosphere. Li Changsheng and Master Liu are both masters of magic, so there is nothing to fear. It's just that on the way, they often see all kinds of poisonous creatures. There are poisonous snakes that are exactly the same color as the surrounding environment, and there are also unknown poisonous insects. If ordinary people were to be in such a place, it would be difficult to move. The ground was covered with dense leaves, and a footprint would appear when they stepped on it. It was loose and soft, as if they were stepping on a carpet. Sometimes there are some poisonous insects hidden under the leaves. Liu Chong led the way and said as he walked, "We can reach the She clan after walking for more than 10 miles, but they are very xenophobic. A few years ago, when my master and I came here, it was my master who successfully entered the village with a token, and that token has long been taken away by my senior brother. I don't know where it is now. I'm afraid we will have to explain it when the time comes." Liu Chong, who was talking, suddenly stopped. Li Changsheng's face also showed a bit of seriousness. As the two of them stopped, a rustling sound came from the surrounding grass, and then more than 10 figures suddenly appeared. Each of them was wearing animal skins, barefoot, and their faces were painted with colorful colors, like uncivilized savages. "We seem to be surrounded." Liu Chong turned his head and said to Li Changsheng. At this time, this group of savages had already surrounded them vigilantly. "My name is Liu Chong, and I'm friends with the third elder of the She clan," Liu Chong explained. But this group of savages didn't seem to understand what he said at all, and just pointed their weapons at the two of them. "Don't these people speak Chinese?" Li Changsheng asked. Master Liu smiled bitterly. "This place is isolated from the outside world, and they have no contact with the outside world since they were young. Of course, they don't speak Chinese. Only the higher-ups know it. It seems that we have to fight," Li Changsheng said. Liu Chong hurriedly waved his hand. "No, these people are very vengeful. If you hurt them, even with my master's friendship, I'm afraid they won't help to lead the way." "Then what should we do?" Li Changsheng was speechless. "How dare you, outsider? You actually want to attack my clansmen?" A woman's voice sounded. In the depths of the trees, a young girl wearing cotton clothes and silver ornaments on her head walked out accompanied by several Miao people. The woman was young, about 15 or 16 years old. She was quite fair, with bright eyes and white teeth, which was very different from these uncivilized savages. Master Liu's face lit up. She should be one of their higher-ups. "Miss, my name is Liu Chong, and I know your third elder," Liu Chong introduced to the woman excitedly. Unexpectedly, the woman just glanced at him coldly. She didn't believe him. "Your second elder is called Guo Xiaolong. I met him a few years ago, and we hit it off at first sight." Hearing Liu Chong's words, the coldness on the woman's face faded a little. "Are you Miss Azhu?" Liu Chong suddenly remembered something. "A few years ago, when I came to the She clan with my master, you were still a little girl." Sure enough, hearing Liu Chong's words, the woman waved her hand behind her, and her subordinates put away their weapons. "A few years ago, there was indeed an outsider who came to visit us. I remember now." The woman nodded, but she didn't show any kindness. Instead, she looked at Li Changsheng behind Liu Chong. "Just now, he said that he was going to attack my people. Master Liu, you can go in, but he has malicious intentions towards my people, so we don't welcome him." This, Liu Chong had a troubled look on his face. Li Changsheng sneered and took a step forward. I have something important to discuss with your elders. I'm going up whether you welcome me or not. After that, he strode forward. The woman's eyes suddenly turned cold. She muttered a few words to the people behind her, and they immediately raised their weapons again. At the same time, several figures jumped down from the branches. A large green net fell from the sky and enveloped Li Changsheng. Chapter 135. As the large net fell, the young girl sneered. This abominable outsider, I clearly heard him say that he wanted to lay his hands on my tribesmen, so I have to teach him a lesson. However, just as her smile rose, it froze on her face. In the face of the large net falling from the sky, Li Changsheng just took a step forward and stretched out his palm to the front. Then, the sturdy large net that could trap tigers and leopards was torn from the middle by the force of the palm and scattered to the ground. It was broken by Li Changsheng so easily. How is this possible? The young girl widened her eyes. However, in the next moment, her vision blurred and a figure appeared in front of her with a finger on her jade-like neck. Little girl, I came here with great sincerity. If you continue to be so rude, don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Changsheng smiled faintly. The surrounding Miao people raised their weapons and looked nervously at Li Changsheng, afraid that Li Changsheng would hurt their second Miss Arju. Arju looked at Li Changsheng, who was close at hand, and swallowed her saliva subconsciously. Just as she was about to say something threatening, she saw that Li Changsheng had already retracted his finger from her neck and looked at her faintly. Arju could not help but blush. She knew that she had met an expert and said, "All right, I'm sorry for being rude." After that, he mumbled something to his subordinates behind him, and they all put away their weapons. Since you know the third elder, then you are an important guest of the She clan. Please. Arju gestured for them to go ahead. Li Changsheng and Liu Chong nodded and took the lead. The group of Miao people behind them also moved and stared at Li Changsheng and Liu Chong. In view of Li Changsheng almost hurting their miss, their hostility towards Li Changsheng did not disappear. Azhu, who was following behind Li Changsheng, patted her chest, which was beginning to take shape, with lingering fear. At that moment, when Li Changsheng's finger was on her neck, she felt as if she was facing the Grim Reaper. This guy is so young, but he's really terrifying. But since he's so powerful, if I can ask him for help, then there's hope for that matter. Under the guidance of Azhu Na, Li Changsheng and a group of people from the She clan passed through the dense forest. The road in front of them became more and more rugged. After a while of turning left and right, the road suddenly opened up. The trees gradually became sparse, and a small stream appeared in front of them. The water of the stream sparkled and reflected the sunlight, making it look like a dream. On the other side of the stream, an ancient village appeared before Li Changsheng's eyes. The scenery is so beautiful. Even Li Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the people here didn't want to get close to the outside world. In such a quiet place, the arrival of outsiders would break their original track. However, Liu Chong, who was next to him, smiled bitterly when he saw Li Changsheng's expression. It was exactly the same feeling he had when he first came here with his master. It was only when he really came in contact with the people living in the mountains that he realized that perhaps everything was not as beautiful as it seemed. Thanks to Azhu Na's guidance, they smoothly entered the She clan village. The two were invited into the hall, and Azhu Na sent someone to report. Soon, an old man in his 60s came out. After seeing Liu Chong, he laughed and said, "It's really Master Liu." The third elder of the She clan village was called Guo Xiaolong. He was the one who received Liu Chong and his master when they came here a few years ago. When he saw Li Changsheng next to Liu Chong, he wondered, "Master Liu, is this your disciple?" Liu Chong hurriedly shook his head. "I'm not qualified. This is Mr. Li. He's a cultivator with real strength. His ability is much better than mine." "What?" The third elder, Guo Xiaolong, was surprised. He could not help but look at Li Changsheng curiously. He was very clear about Master Liu's strength, but now Liu Chong said that the young man in front of him was stronger than him. At this time, Azhu Na next to him whispered something in his ear. The third elder's eyes became brighter and brighter. He looked at Li Changsheng more and more enthusiastically. My name is Li Changsheng. Nice to meet you. Li Changsheng stretched out his hand to the third elder. The third elder was stunned. Then, he cupped his fists and bowed to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng could not help but be a little stunned. Only then did he know that although the third elder seemed to have some communication with the outside world, it should still be a long time ago. He did not know such a foreign greeting as shaking hands. It's really a place isolated from the world. Li Changsheng sighed. Mr. Li has such great strength at such a young age. You are really a young hero. Our second lady said that since Mr. Li could tear our specially made big net in one move, you must have a cultivation no weaker than the 5th level of Qi refining realm. Mr. Li is a master of the 10th level of Qi refining realm. Liu Chong next to him explained. The third elder's eyes became brighter. Third elder, this time Mr. Li and I are here to explore the ancient cave again. We don't know the way, so we need someone from the She village to be our guide. Liu Chong went straight to the point. The third elder hesitated. Back then, the head of the She village personally went to be a guide for Liu Chong's master, but he never came back. The people of the She village were naturally afraid of that place. This time we only need your people to take us to that place, and then we can leave. There won't be any danger. Liu Chong hurriedly explained. I see. The third elder nodded. It's okay to send someone to be a guide, but, the third elder, Guo Xiaolong, looked embarrassed. But what? Third elder, if you have something to say, just say it. Liu Chong could see that the third elder seemed to have something to hide. Here's the thing. There's a village called the Hemp Village on the only way to enter the 100,000 mountains. Some time ago, they had several conflicts with us because of a piece of land. If you want to enter the depths of the 100,000 mountains, you have to go through the Hemp Village. If our people lead you into the mountains, they will definitely intercept you halfway. Originally, the people of the She village were not afraid of them, but the Hemp Village recently invited an expert with terrifying strength, so, Li Changsheng finally understood that the She village had encountered a strong enemy. It's okay. As long as your She village is willing to send someone to guide us, I'll help you deal with the Hemp Village. Li Changsheng suddenly said. The third elder was overjoyed. Okay, Mr. Li, I'll arrange for your accommodation. We'll set off tomorrow and go to the depths of the 100,000 mountains. The second Miss, Azhu, also looked happy. She muttered, the people of the Hemp Village injured many of our people several times. This time, if they dare to intercept us, we'll let them know that the She village is not to be trifled with. Chapter 136. The third elder and Azhu left after arranging a place for Li Changsheng and Liu Chong. Obviously, they still had a lot of things to discuss and it was inconvenient to let Li Changsheng and Liu Chong know about it. Because it was still early, Li Changsheng and Liu Chong wandered around. The scenery here was excellent and the air was fresh. Li Changsheng found that the spiritual qi in the depths of the mountain was much richer than outside. Perhaps it was because the third elder had told him that although the people in the village were not friendly to Li Changsheng and Liu Chong, at least no one came to make trouble for them. Mr. Li, there are many dangers in the cave residence. My master once said that even the masters of the primordial realm are in danger of dying in there. Liu Chong looked at the place where the ancient cave residence was located tomorrow and his face was full of worry. Are you afraid that you will be in danger? Li Changsheng smiled slightly. Don't worry. With me by your side, you won't die. And if it's not necessary, you don't have to enter the cave residence. Just wait for me outside. Really? Liu Chong finally showed joy on his face. Well, you can go shopping by yourself. I'm going to practice. Li Changsheng sent Liu Chong away, then took out the page and began to study it. It recorded a cultivation method called the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. To be precise, it was a kind of offensive skill. Just as Li Changsheng was pondering this cultivation method and entering a good state, a very arrogant voice suddenly came in. I heard that a young master has come. Where is he? A young man broke into Li Changsheng's courtyard. He was a man of 25 or 26 years old, dressed in Miao clothes, with a machete at his waist. He had a hooked nose, sharp eyes, and an unruly look. Are you that master? After seeing Li Changsheng, he asked coldly. At this time, the third elder, Guo Xiaolong, and the second Miss, Azhu, also came in. Young master, don't be rude to Mr. Li, the third elder said anxiously. Yes, elder brother, this master is a real person. Azhu also said hurriedly. At the same time, Liu Chong also rushed over after hearing the news. Many of the people in the stockade heard the commotion and gathered around. What bullshit, Grandmaster? Third elder, little sister, you must have been deceived by him. Look at his weak appearance, I'm afraid a gust of wind would blow him away. How could he possibly help us deal with the people from the Hemp Corp's stronghold? Li Changsheng was in the middle of comprehending the cultivation method when he was interrupted. He immediately felt displeased and frowned slightly. Seeing this young master being so rude, he immediately said coldly, "Who let you in?" The young man was stunned when he heard that. Then, he laughed and said, "This is my Shi clan village. It's my family's territory. I can go wherever I want. As for you, you're an outsider. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of the Shi clan village. Otherwise, I'll beat you up until your parents can't recognize you. I'm a guest invited by your Shi clan village. This courtyard was also arranged for me by your people. Although it's only my temporary residence, it now belongs to me. You broke in without notice and don't know the rules at all. It seems that you don't need my help to deal with the Hemp Corp's stronghold." Hearing Li Changsheng's words, the young man suddenly became angry and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? How dare an outsider put on an act in front of me? Slap him 10 times. After that, the young man took a step forward and raised his hand to slap Li Changsheng's face. The young man's strength was obviously not ordinary. As soon as he made his move, there was a sonic boom in the air. He suddenly attacked and slapped Li Changsheng in the face. He was arrogant and overbearing, which made many people present change their expressions. "Young master, you can't." The third elder stopped him loudly. However, the young man didn't listen at all. "Third elder, you've been deceived by this man. Watch me show him his true form." The young man's move was so fast that even the third elder couldn't stop him in time. His palm had already fallen. Li Changsheng's eyes were cold. When the palm was about to reach his cheek, he suddenly stretched out his left hand and grabbed the young man's wrist, causing the young man's palm to be fixed in the air. The young man looked proud when he saw that he was about to hit Li Changsheng. However, he didn't expect that his wrist would be caught. At the same time, a piercing pain came from his arm and he let out a miserable cry. "Boy, you're courting death." His face twisted in pain and he waved his other hand to attack Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng just sneered and suddenly exerted force. With a crack, the young man's wrist was instantly crushed. At the same time, he raised his other arm to block the young man's attack. He lifted his foot and kicked the young man's lower abdomen. Suddenly, the young man's body flew backward. But because Li Changsheng grabbed his wrist, his body, which had just flown up, was pulled back and fell to the ground. Li Changsheng lifted his foot and stepped on his back. No matter how hard the young man struggled, he couldn't break free. "Ah!" A ferocious and angry expression appeared on his face. Li Changsheng kicked his cheek again. The young man spun on the ground like a top and flew a few meters away. He crashed into a big tree in the courtyard, causing countless leaves to fall from the tree. "Mr. Li, please have mercy." Just as the third elder wanted to say something, Li Changsheng took a step forward and went under the big tree. He then lifted his foot and stomped on the young man's head. "Tsk." He stomped on the young man 7 or 8 times and scolded, "Who told you to be arrogant and domineering? Who told you to barge into my place without permission? Who told you to disturb my cultivation?" The young man covered his head. His cheeks were covered with blood. He growled, but unfortunately, several of his teeth were kicked out. He couldn't speak a complete sentence at all. He was very miserable. The people around were dumbfounded. This was the young master of the Shi village, the son of the village leader. He had always been arrogant and domineering. Even the elders had a headache because of him. Now, he was being pressed to the ground and kicked in the face. It was too crazy. Although Big Brother is usually arrogant, he is a martial artist at the peak of clear strength. How could he be beaten so badly? The young girl, Arju, muttered to herself. The third elder was completely stunned. He didn't know what to do. The people of the She village were counting on Li Changsheng to help them deal with the enemies of the Hemp Corpse village. However, the other side was their young master. Save the young master. At this time, the people next to him reacted. More than 30 people drew their weapons and rushed to Li Changsheng. These people would side with their relatives instead of reason. No matter who was right or wrong, when they saw their young master being beaten, of course they would help him. Looking at the group of people rushing up, the third elder sighed. He knew that his plan to deal with the Hemp Corpse competition was completely ruined. At this time, a few more figures rushed over. The leader was a middle-aged man. He looked very dignified. He walked like a dragon and a tiger, with the aura of a superior. Behind him, a cold and elegant woman followed closely. She was somewhat similar to Arju. In addition, there were 7 or 8 strong men. Among them, a handsome young man was the most eye-catching. The other people had Miaodao on their waists, but he was the only one holding a long sword. Village leader, you're back? As soon as he saw the middle-aged man, the third elder's face lit up. When the others saw the middle-aged man, they also came over to salute him. The young man, whose face was covered in blood from Li Changsheng's beating, whimpered as tears streamed down his face. What's going on? Before the middle-aged man could speak, the woman next to him had a sullen face. Brother, who beat you up like this? Chapter 137. It's that young man who injured young master. Third elder smiled bitterly. He knew that with this young lady's temper, she would definitely not let the matter rest after seeing her brother being beaten up. Sure enough, after hearing third elder's words, the cold-looking lady drew her Miaodao and was about to settle the score with Li Changsheng, but she was scolded by the middle-aged man next to her. Zhu Hong, don't be impulsive. Then, he looked at third elder. Is this the young master you were talking about? You asked him to deal with the people from Hemp Corpse village? That's right. Third elder nodded. The middle-aged man frowned. Third elder, you're getting more and more muddle-headed as you age. How can a young man be a match for the sorcerer from Hemp Corpse village? At this moment, more than 30 people had already surrounded Li Changsheng. Although these people were fierce and wild, how could they be a match for Li Changsheng? Li Changsheng had just learned the seal of mountains and rivers and wanted to test it out, so he restrained his strength and used these people as training dummies to fight with them. He can't even deal with a few subordinates from our She family village. What master? I think you've been deceived, third elder. Zhu Hong's eyes were filled with contempt. At this moment, a subordinate had already gone over to help the young master up. Your brother is at the peak of the inner realm, but he beat him up like this. This means that he's hiding his strength. The middle-aged man, Dao Yu, said coldly. But in my opinion, even if he uses all his strength, he's at most at the 7th level of Qi refinement. How can he defeat the sorcerer from Hemp Corpse village with such strength? This, third elder opened his mouth but did not know what to say. The reason he thought Li Changsheng was very powerful was because he heard from Liu Chong and the second young lady, Zhu Hong. He had never seen this Mr. Li Changsheng's strength. Liu Chong and Li Changsheng were in cahoots, so it was very likely that they had deliberately exaggerated Li Changsheng's strength. As for Zhu Hong, she was a little girl and had never seen the sorcerer's strength. When she saw that Li Changsheng could break the big net, she thought that Li Changsheng could deal with the sorcerer. Thinking of this, his face was suddenly filled with shame. Chief, I was careless. At this time, the girl, Arju, interrupted, Father, sister, Mr. Li is really powerful. He tore a hole in the big net we specially made to catch tigers and leopards with just one palm. And his palm did not touch the big net from the beginning to the end. He was several feet away from the big net. I'm afraid that even our most powerful brother Long Ju can't do that. However, after hearing Azhu's words, the middle-aged man just smiled and shook his head. Zhu, you're too young to understand. Sometimes, when the speed reaches a certain level, it will cause people to hallucinate. Father can also release his internal qi. He can also use his external qi to tear apart a specially made net from a few feet away. Unless he's a 10th-layer qi refining cultivator, but how is that possible? He's clearly only 20 years old. Yes, second miss, you must have been bewitched by his speed. The man with the long sword also said. His name was Long Ju, and he was the #1 expert of the younger generation in the Shu family village. His strength was second only to the village head, Daoyu. This, Ju's face was also filled with doubt. Thinking of the scene at that time, her memory was indeed a little fuzzy. Maybe it's just as father said. I saw it wrong. At this time, Li Changsheng finally lost his patience. He knocked down all the more than 30 people who rushed up to him, and then looked at the middle-aged man, Daoyu, and the others who appeared later. You're that Mr. Li? The middle-aged man looked coldly at Li Changsheng. No matter how good a person's temper was, seeing his son beaten to a pulp, he would not be happy, not to mention that Daoyu was originally a ruthless person. That's right, who are you? Li Changsheng's voice was equally cold. He kindly agreed to help them deal with the hemp corpse village. They both got what they needed. It was fine that they did not thank him, but suddenly a young man came in and made him unhappy. Now, this middle-aged man spoke in a superior tone, which made him unhappy. I'm Daoyu, the chief of the Shu clan village. You hurt my son and so many of my people. Do you know your crime? I didn't do anything wrong. Li Changsheng smiled coldly. Your son offended me first. I just helped you to teach him a lesson. I haven't asked you for an explanation, but you're asking me about my crime first. Liu Chong, who was next to him, saw that things were going bad. He hurriedly stood up and said, Chief Daoyu, I'm Liu Chong. I came to the Shu clan village with my master a few years ago. Have you forgotten me? So it's Master Liu. Daoyu nodded and said, since Master Liu brought this person here, I'll give you face and let him cripple one of his arms. Then, he'll be a slave in the Shu clan village for 3 years. Then, I'll forgive him for hurting my son today. Liu Chong had an awkward expression on his face. He knew Li Changsheng's temper. If the people of the Shu clan village persuaded Li Changsheng nicely, Li Changsheng might forgive their offense. But now, their overbearing attitude might anger Li Changsheng. Sure enough, as soon as Daoyu finished speaking, Li Changsheng chuckled. Ha ha. You want me to cripple one of my arms and be a slave for 3 years? Do you think you're worthy? I didn't want to argue with barbarians like you, but since you have such an attitude, I'll settle the offense with you. Who are you calling a barbarian? The cold-faced woman, Zhu Hong, stood up and was about to attack Li Changsheng. Miss, let me do it. The hook-nosed young man stepped forward and unsheathed the long sword in his hand. In an instant, a murderous aura spread from his body. The temperature in the courtyard seemed to drop a lot. The peak of covert power. The moment the young man stepped forward, the cold-faced woman's eyes showed some surprise. The middle-aged man's face showed a gratified smile. Long Ju is worthy of being the #1 master of the younger generation in the Shu clan village. He has reached the peak of covert power at such a young age. As long as he is patient, he will be able to step into the supreme power realm in 10 years. By then, the Shu clan village will have 2 supreme power realm masters. The strength of the Shu clan village's Long Ju was ranked second. The first was the village leader, Daoyu, who was the middle-aged man himself. He was a supreme power realm martial artist, which was equivalent to the 9th level of qi refining realm. No wonder he could judge that Li Changsheng was at the 7th level of qi refining realm but still had a superior attitude. Mr. Liu Chong looked at Li Changsheng cautiously. Third elder, I was kind enough to help you deal with the hemp corpse village. I didn't expect you to treat your guests like this. Li Changsheng snorted coldly. The third elder's face suddenly showed a complicated expression. Indeed, it was he who told Li Changsheng about the difficulties the Shu clan village was facing, and Li Changsheng said he was willing to help. If it wasn't for his young master being rude and unreasonable, things wouldn't have developed to this point. But in the end, Li Changsheng was just an outsider, and he also suspected that Li Changsheng was not as mysterious as Master Liu said. After hesitating for a moment, his face finally became firm. Mr. Li, of course I am grateful that you are willing to help the Shu family village. However, You cannot use this gratitude to do whatever you want and hurt the young master of the Shi family village. I am sorry, as the third elder of the Shi family village, I have no choice but to be your enemy. The middle-aged man heard the third elder's words and nodded satisfactorily. Although Guo Xiaolong is a little muddle-headed and has been deceived, but he can wake up in time. He is a good elder of the Shi clan village. After that, he nodded to the young man next to him. Long Ju took a step forward and said loudly, "Boy, I will give you 2 choices. 1. Break your arm and be a slave for 3 years. 2. Die under my sword." Chapter 138. Don't you think you're noisy? If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense. They thought that Li Changsheng would be scared after knowing Long Ju's strength, but they didn't expect Li Changsheng to be so strong and not show any signs of weakness. Shi family village master Dao sneered. This young man is still pretending at this time, but he doesn't know that his attitude will only anger Long Ju. Brother Long Ju will definitely beat him until he kneels and begs for mercy. Although Miss Zhuhong's face was cold, but when she looked at Long Ju, there was a rare trace of gentleness and admiration. "Boy, since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being ruthless." As soon as Long Ju finished his words, he suddenly took a step forward. The long sword in his hand turned into a silver light and pierced towards Li Changsheng's throat like lightning. It was a killing move. What a powerful swordsmanship! Even Liu Chong's face turned pale with fright. His opponent was young, but his cultivation was stronger than him. On the other hand, Dao and the others looked pleased with themselves. Long Ju was the pride of their Shi family village. Is that Mr. Li really like what father said? His martial arts strength is ordinary? Zhuhong's eyes were filled with doubt. I don't know if this Li Changsheng can take a blow from brother Long Ju. The third elder shook his head. Indeed, even an expert like Long Ju couldn't deal with the mage of the magical corpse village. It was ridiculous that he believed Liu Chong's words and let such a young man fight with the mage. Go to hell! Long Ju's eyes were cold, and with a stab of his sword, he was sure to win. Because his sword was less than half a meter away from Li Changsheng, and Li Changsheng was still standing there in a daze, as if he was scared silly. This young man will definitely die. Zhuhong sneered. She knew Long Ju's strength best, and this young man was obviously scared silly and didn't know how to fight back. However, just as the crowd was not optimistic about Li Changsheng's chances, they saw Li Changsheng slowly raise his hand when the sword light was about to pierce his throat. He extended 2 fingers, and then the extremely sharp sword was firmly caught between his 2 fingers. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened. How could this be? Long Ju was even more shocked. He wanted to pull the sword back, but found that it was as if the sword was embedded in Li Changsheng's hand. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it. You dare to use your sword against me with such little strength? Li Changsheng laughed coldly. Then, with a gentle flick of his finger, the treasured sword made of refined steel broke apart layer by layer. Then, he gently slapped his palm forward. Bang! Long Ju didn't even have time to react. He was hit in the chest and flew out. When he landed on the ground, his chest was caved in and he coughed out blood. Too weak. Li Changsheng shook his head and didn't bother to look at Long Ju, who had landed on the ground. It was as casual as flicking away a mosquito. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Long Ju was a martial artist who had achieved great success in covert power and was the second master of the Shi clan. Yet, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Brother Long Ju. Zhuhong directly rushed to the place where Long Ju fell. The third elder looked at Li Changsheng in disbelief. It seems that you really have hidden your strength. Taking a deep breath, Dao took a step forward. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Master. The third elder and the others showed a worried look. Recalling what Liu Chong had told him, Li Changsheng had already reached the 10th layer of the Qi refining realm. There was already a huge gap between a martial artist of the Grandmaster realm and a cultivator of the Dao refining realm. Moreover, Dao Yu's strength was only equivalent to the 9th layer of the Qi refining realm. How could he be Li Changsheng's opponent? Liu Chong didn't have any expression on his face. He had already guessed this. His senior brothers were Daorong, who was at the 9th level of Qi refining realm, couldn't withstand a single blow from Li Changsheng. How could a mere Long Ju be a match for him? You don't deserve to fight with me, Li Changsheng said lightly. Everyone in the Shi clan was furious. He was simply ignoring them. However, Li Changsheng had the right to be arrogant. Although everyone present was angry, they didn't think he was arrogant. Even Dao Yu himself showed a wry smile. If it weren't for the fact that his son and his capable subordinates were seriously injured, he wouldn't want to provoke such a person. I still want to see what you're capable of. Dao Yu took a deep breath and took another step forward. I told you, you're no match for me. Li Changsheng snorted coldly. His clothes fluttered without any wind and a powerful aura instantly crushed down on Dao Yu. Poochie. Dao Yu was a master of the Grandmaster realm, but he felt a tremor in his heart. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were filled with horror. Soul attack. The so-called soul attack was when a person's mental strength reached a level where it could be used as an attack. It could pierce into the opponent's mind and directly attack the opponent's soul attack. However, cultivating mental strength required a special secret method and it was extremely dangerous. Dao Yu had only heard of the existence of such a method, but he didn't expect to see it today. The so-called mental strength could also be called willpower. Li Changsheng had lived for countless years and had awakened from sleep countless times. His mental strength had long reached a terrifying level. Even if he didn't deliberately cultivate, the aura he released at this moment was not something a Grandmaster realm martial artist could withstand. Li Changsheng didn't do anything, but Dao Yu spat out blood. Everyone present looked at Li Changsheng as if they had seen a ghost. Liu Chong seemed to have guessed something and his eyes were filled with horror. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I admit defeat. Dao Yu smiled bitterly and didn't even have the thought of resisting. I was kind enough to help you deal with the hemp village, but you were unreasonable. You even wanted to break my arm and imprison me as a servant. This is unforgivable. I, Li Changsheng, am a man of clear distinction between kindness and hatred. In this case, I will also break your arm and your legs as punishment. Li Changsheng's words made everyone in the Shi village look sad and indignant. As for the chief of the village, Dao Yu, his face was filled with despair. With one of his arms crippled, even if he was a martial arts grandmaster, his power would be greatly reduced. The battles in the Miaojiang region were extremely bloody. Without a grandmaster like him, the Shi family village would soon be annexed by other forces. Sir, please have mercy. The third elder suddenly knelt on the ground and stood in front of Dao Yu. Get out of here. Li Changsheng waved his hand and the third elder suddenly flew out and hit the wall next to him, spitting blood. Back then, third elder had also wanted to kill him. Li Changsheng was already being merciful by not killing him. Sir, please let my father go. I am willing to be your servant, slave, or maid. The girl Zhu Na also knelt on the ground and begged. On the other side, her cold sister Zhu Na's red face was no longer cold and arrogant, but only sadness and fear. Mr. Li, even Liu Chong spoke. Back then, the people of the Shi clan accompanied my master to explore the ancient cavern. In the end, both the chief and the deputy chief died. Our lineage owes the Shi clan a favor. I beg Mr. to be magnanimous and let them go. I, Liu Chong, am willing to follow Mr. and be at your beck and call. Hearing Liu Chong's words and looking at Azhu, who was kneeling on the ground with tears in her eyes, Li Changsheng finally sighed and waved his hand. Forget it. In that case, I'll spare you this time. As he spoke, he looked at Zhu Na kneeling there. I don't need you to be my slave or maid. Tomorrow, you will be my guide and take me to find the ancient cave residence. Consider it atonement for your father. Yes. When Zhu Na heard Li Changsheng say to let her father go, her tears turned into laughter. The third elder and the others showed a complicated expression. No one expected Li Changsheng to be so powerful. If he had persisted and persuaded Dao Yu to change his mind, then with Li Changsheng's help, he would not have to be afraid of the people of the Hemp Corpse village. Not only him, but Dao Yu also regretted it, but there was no medicine for regret in the world. Chapter 139. The next morning, when Li Changsheng was about to ask the little girl Azhu to be their tour guide and lead them to the ancient cave residence, he suddenly received news that Azhu was blocked in the hall and would not be able to come out for a while. After asking carefully, he found out that Wang Haizhu, the sorcerer of the hemp corpse village, had come. Azhu was just about to say goodbye to her father when she was blocked in the hall. Hemp corpse village. Li Changsheng didn't expect the people of the hemp corpse village to come at this time and ruin his trip. What are the people of the hemp corpse village doing here? Li Changsheng asked the disciple of the hemp corpse village. Ever since they saw Li Changsheng's power yesterday, the people of the hemp corpse village treated him like a god. They didn't dare to hide anything and immediately replied respectfully. It is said that the sorcerer wants the hemp corpse village to submit to the hemp corpse village. Of course, the village leader doesn't agree. Azhu's second daughter and the village leader have a deep relationship. She is afraid that the village leader will be in danger, so she doesn't want to leave. So that's how it is. There are so many troublesome matters. Li Changsheng rubbed his head and said to Liu Chong, "Let's go, we'll bring the little girl out." "Sir, are you going to stand up for the hemp corpse village?" Liu Chong asked doubtfully when he heard that Li Changsheng was going to the hall. "Stand up for what? I'm not a saint. The hemp corpse village has offended me. I'm already being merciful by not punishing them. I'm just going to watch the show and bring the little girl out to be our guide. As for the matter between the hemp corpse village and the hemp corpse village, what does it have to do with me?" At this moment, in the hall of the hemp corpse village, the village leader, Dao Yu, and several elders were carefully serving a group of people. These people were sitting on chairs with their heads held high and each of them had a sneer on their face. The leader of the group was an old man wearing miao clothing. He had a full beard and looked like a Tibetan mastiff. He was the village leader of the hemp corpse village, Ma Duanshan. Next to Ma Duanshan was a middle-aged man with a haggard face. He was as thin as a match. However, when Dao Yu looked at him, there was a clear hint of fear in his eyes. He was the magician of the magical corpse camp. His presence had put the She clan at a disadvantage in the conflicts between the two camps. Fort Master Dao Yu, what do you think of my suggestion? As long as your She clan village merges with my hemp corpse village, I can make you the deputy chief. Only by joining hands can we continue to grow stronger. Dao Yu smiled awkwardly. I really don't have much ambition. I just want to take care of my own land and slowly develop it. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Leader Ma. Ma Duanshan's face sank when he heard Dao Yu's words. I heard that a young expert came to your She clan yesterday. Why? Could it be that you, Dao Yu, think that you can go against my numbing corpse stronghold with just that young expert? Wang Haizhu coldly snorted, and a powerful aura spread out. Dao Yu's expression changed several times. Of course not. A young man did come to our village, but he's just a guest and will leave today. Who are you trying to fool? Ma Duanshan snorted. I don't care who's backing you. You better give me a definite answer today. My patience is limited. Don't wait for my patience to run out. It'll be too late for you to regret it when the time comes. As he spoke, he looked at magician Wang Haizhu. Magician Wang, am I right? Wang Haizhu smiled. He stuck out his tongue and licked the leek leaves on his teeth. He chewed on them, then used his fingers to pick at something between his teeth. Only then did he say, "Our chief is right. To tell you the truth, I've just broken through to the 10th layer of Qi refining the day before yesterday. Even if your She clan village sent a young expert, it would be useless. As long as I make a move, I can slap him to death with a single slap. 10th layer of Qi refinement." The faces of the She clan village's people turned ugly when they heard the news. Previously, the other party was only at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, but he was abnormally fierce. Now that he had broken through to the 10th layer of Qi refinement, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They were even more powerless to stop him. Just as the She clan village's people's faces turned ugly, two figures appeared outside the hall. Little girl Azhu, we should set off. Why aren't you leaving yet? The people in the village heard the voice and turned their heads. When they saw a young man, they were puzzled. After Li Changsheng walked into the hall, he found a chair and sat down lazily. He did not look at the people in the village from beginning to end. Seeing this, Ma Duanshan could not help but snort coldly. No wonder your Sha clan village is getting weaker and weaker. A servant doesn't know the rules at all. It seems that your Sha clan village really needs to be merged with our Ma Duanshan village so that I can teach you a lesson. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Li Changsheng lazily opened his mouth and said, "Elder? Who didn't tighten their belt and exposed you? How dare you be my elder? What did you say?" Hearing this, Ma Duanshan's face suddenly became angry. However, he quickly thought of something and laughed. "It seems that my eyes are blind. You must be the expert that the Sha clan village invited." After speaking, Ma Duanshan stared at Li Changsheng. He wanted to judge Li Changsheng's strength. Unfortunately, after 3 minutes, he was completely disappointed. Because even when he released the Jiu insect that he was proud of, it landed on Li Changsheng's body, the feedback he got was hazy. This was because he could not detect the slightest bit of qi on Li Changsheng's body. I got the news that the other party is obviously an expert. How can I not find any information? Ma Duanshan was a cautious person. At this moment, he had doubts in his heart, so he sat down quietly. Li Changsheng only smiled. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and began to smoke. He also flicked the ashes on his clothes, as well as the tiny Jiu worm that could only be seen under a microscope, to the ground. Ma Duanshan's body suddenly trembled and a fierce light burst out from his eyes. This was because in an instant, he found that his connection with the Jiu insect had been cut off. There were only 2 possibilities in this situation. The first was that he met someone who was stronger than him and subdued his Jiu insect. The second was that his Jiu insect was obliterated. Looking at the ashes on the ground and the tiny black dot in the ashes, Ma Duanshan could not help but clench his fists. This Jiu worm was something he had cultivated for 3 whole years. Yet, Li Changsheng had killed it so easily with a flick of his finger. Originally, this Jiu insect was only used for detection and did not have any offensive power. In fact, it was very fragile. Even an ordinary person could kill it with a flick of a finger. However, what made him surprised was whether Li Changsheng accidentally hit his Jiu insect when he was flicking the ashes, or if he found his Jiu insect and did it on purpose. If it was the former, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, if it was the latter, it meant that this young man's strength was terrifying. Chapter 140. Li Changsheng looked at the people from the numbing corpse stronghold with a playful expression. In his eyes, they were just a few clowns. They actually tried to use such a lowly method like a Jiu insect to probe his cultivation. They were really overestimating themselves. Casually flicking the Jiu insect to death was just a small warning to them, but they didn't seem to realize it at all. Sure enough, there are too few smart people in this world, and too many stupid people. Li Changsheng shook his head. Just as he patted the cigarette ash off his body and was about to get up and leave, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, a dagger made of bone was pressed against Li Changsheng's neck. It was less than a centimeter away from his throat. This person was the sorcerer, Wang Haizhu. Wang Haizhu's face was haggard and as thin as a match, but his eyes were cold. No one expected him to suddenly make a move, and his body was as fast as lightning. He didn't give the people present any time to react. That cold bone dagger could cut Li Changsheng's throat at any time. Li Changsheng was still sitting on the chair without any extra expression on his face. He put out the cigarette butt in his hand and threw it on the ground, completely ignoring the dagger at his neck. "You're hiding it, right?" Sorcerer Wang Haizhu stared at Li Changsheng's face, trying to see if Li Changsheng didn't have time to react, or if he was really calm. While he was observing, the numbing corpse stronghold's chief, Ma Duanshan, was also observing. They all wanted to see something from Li Changsheng's face. Unfortunately, there was only calmness on that face. "You're obviously scared, but you're pretending to be calm in an attempt to confuse me, right?" Wang Haizhu said coldly. He didn't believe that someone could be indifferent in the face of a sharp bone dagger. He also didn't believe that Li Changsheng had the ability to dodge his attack. Therefore, he felt that Li Changsheng must be pretending, using the calmness on his face to hide the panic in his heart. However, Li Changsheng just smiled gently with a playful look in his eyes. He stretched his body backward and shook his head. Playing with knives and guns at the drop of a hat these days. Aren't you afraid of hurting yourself? Compete. Wang Haizhu snorted coldly. Stop putting on an act. It's useless. If I hadn't held back, you would have become a corpse by now. After saying that, he slowly put away the dagger and sat back on his chair. He said in a disdainful voice, everyone says that you are an expert invited by the She clan, but you really disappoint me. With such strength, you can't even take one move from me. How dare you call yourself an expert? What a joke. Li Changsheng curled his lips, then stood up and said to Azhu, little girl, it's time to fulfill your promise. As he spoke, he leisurely walked out of the hall, turning a blind eye to Wang Haizhu's cold gaze from beginning to end. Liu Chong followed closely behind. Azhu was a little hesitant at first, but when she saw the look in her father's eyes, she finally nodded and followed him out. Ma Duanshan frowned as he watched Li Changsheng leave. He was the same as Wang Haizhu. He didn't believe that a 20-year-old young man could be so strong. But just now, he had used a Jiu worm to test him and was killed by Li Changsheng. Wang Haizhu made a move and Li Changsheng was able to show a calm attitude. If this was just a coincidence, then it would be thought-provoking if these two coincidences appeared together. Ma Duanshan couldn't figure out whether Li Changsheng was pretending or was really calm. So he didn't stop Li Changsheng from leaving. After leaving the hall, Liu Chong couldn't help but ask, Mr. Li, did you really not react just now? Is that Wang Haizhu really so strong that even you are not his opponent? No wonder Liu Chong asked this. Wang Haizhu's speed was too fast. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to react in time. Just an ant. Li Changsheng curled his lips in disdain. He couldn't react in time, but Li Changsheng didn't feel any killing intent from him. Otherwise, even if there were 100 Wang Haizhu, they would have been killed by him. In the hall, Ma Duanshan also stood up and said to Dao Yu, I will give you 10 days to think about it. I hope you can make the right choice. Otherwise, you have seen Master Wang's strength. If you don't want you and your people to die a violent death, you should obediently submit. After speaking, he led the people from the Ma Duanshan village out of the room. After the people from the Ma Duanshan village left, Dao Yu slumped into a chair. Father, that Li Changsheng really couldn't even block one move from Wang Haizhu? Eldest Miss Ju Hong asked. She was too weak to see any clues. I don't know. Whether that Mr. Li is pretending or is really calm, it has nothing to do with us. He won't help us get through this crisis. However, if even Li Changsheng can't block one move from Wang Haizhu, then there is no need for us to continue. Mr. Li, can you? Zhu Hong caught up with her small steps. She opened her mouth to say something but stopped. I can't. Li Changsheng shook his head. I have already forgiven your family's rudeness. Don't expect me to help you. Yes, sir, I understand. Zhu Hong lowered her head. Her eyes were a little red. The entire She family village was facing a life and death crisis, but she couldn't do anything to help. She was very sad, but she didn't blame Li Changsheng. Originally, Li Changsheng wanted to help them, but her stupid brother and her family missed the opportunity. Wang Haizhu was so strong just now. This Mr. Li was probably not his match. After leaving the She family village, Li Changsheng and the other two followed the instructions on the map. Under Zhu Hong's lead, they walked into the depths of the mountains. When they passed by the Ma Duanshan village, they were surprisingly not stopped by anyone. Zhu Hong said that they should know that their leader went to the She family village, so they let down their guard. Li Changsheng nodded. He felt that what she said was quite reasonable. Whether or not this was the reason, at least it saved him a lot of trouble. He wasn't a person who was afraid of trouble, but sometimes he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Dealing with the Ma Duanshan village was like swatting a few flies for Li Changsheng. However, if there were flies buzzing in his ears all day long, he would feel annoyed. In Li Changsheng's eyes, whether it was the She family village or the Ma Duanshan village, they were just some smelly flies. Under Zhu Hong's lead, they walked for 7 or 8 days and had completely gone deep into the mountains. On this day, just after climbing a hill, a valley suddenly appeared in front of them. Sir, it's here. These days of trekking made Liu Chong and Zhu Hong a little tired. At this moment, when they saw the valley, they were all energetic. Yes, it's very similar to the terrain on the map. Li Changsheng nodded, but soon frowned. What's wrong? Are you not happy that we found the place? Zhu Hong had been with Li Changsheng for the past few days. Although Li Changsheng was mysterious, as long as he wasn't angry, he was actually very easy to get along with. Therefore, sometimes she dared to make a joke or two with Li Changsheng. We found the place, but I'm afraid our trip will be in vain. Li Changsheng pointed to the grass not far away. There were a few mineral water bottles there. Liu Chong also saw the bottles and showed a worried look on his face. Sir, do you mean that someone has been one step ahead of us? At this moment, suddenly people's voices came from the valley. Li Changsheng's face suddenly lit up. Fortunately, we are not late. These people have just arrived. As he said that, he pulled up Zhu Hong, who was sitting on a stone to rest, and hurried to the valley. Chapter 141. Many people had gathered in the valley in the depths of the 100,000 mountains. They should belong to several different forces, but they were all gathered in one place, nervously staring at the cave in front of them. The location of the cave entrance was marked on the map in Liu Chong's hand. These people surrounded the entrance, but no one rashly went in. Because there was a guy who went in before, but he screamed as soon as he went in. His companions went in to check and screamed as well. Some people stood at the entrance and looked in. They saw blood flowing out from inside. Those who went in before all died inside. Because they would die inexplicably as soon as they entered the cave, these people did not dare to step in at will. However, they were reluctant to leave because according to the information they received, it was very likely to be a cave from the pre-Qin period, and there were all kinds of treasures hidden inside. Just as several forces surrounded the cave and were at a loss, footsteps came from outside the cave. An old man led a group of young men and women walked in. Wang Haizhu, the master of the hemp village. Someone recognized the old man and exclaimed. In the land of Miaojiang, Wang Haizhu's name was very well known. People did not dare to underestimate him several times. Not long after Wang Haizhu appeared, another group of people arrived. This time, the leader was a ferocious-looking brawny man. Many people also recognized the brawny man's identity. The first warrior of the Wu tribe in Miaojiang, named Wu Feixiong. Even Wang Haizhu showed a look of fear when he saw him. This was a strong man in the guru realm. He was born with a strong physique. When he was young, he had the ability to tear tigers and leopards. Although he was slightly inferior to Wang Haizhu in terms of martial arts, even Wang Haizhu was not confident that he could defeat him in a real battle. Wu Feixiong was 2 meters tall and his fists were like cattail leaf fans. As soon as he appeared, he said in a muffled voice, I didn't expect that the map I bought for 200,000 yuan was real. There is really a cave here. As he spoke, he looked at the people of several tribes next to him. You came early. Why don't you go in? There seems to be something strange inside. You will be killed as soon as you go in. A tribe leader said with lingering fear. I see. Wu Feixiong turned to look at Wang Haizhu. This should be the legendary mechanism. Aren't you a magician? Go down and break the mechanism for us. You can have the lion's share of the things inside. Wang Haizhu sneered. Wu Feixiong, it said that a big person's brain isn't very bright. I think you're very smart. You don't even know what the mechanism is and yet you let me go down. If I die, you'll have one less person to share things with, right? Mr. Wang, I was kind enough to let you take the lion's share. It's fine if you don't want to, but why are you framing me? Wu Feixiong glared angrily, and suddenly a fierce aura rushed over. That's enough, Wu Feixiong. Don't run amok just because you're strong. My hemp corpse stronghold isn't afraid of you. The one who spoke was Ma Duanshan, the head of the numbing corpse stronghold. He actually came here with Wang Haizhu. So it's Stockade Master Ma. I heard that you've been busy annexing the She clan stockade recently. How come you have the time to come here? I heard that there's a young expert in the She clan stockade. Could it be that Master Wang can't beat him, so he can only come here to hunt for treasures? Hearing Wu Feixiong's words, The surrounding people cast curious glances. They were all from the nearby strongholds, so they naturally knew about the feud between the Numbing Corp's stronghold and the Sher clan stockade. At this time, another middle-aged man stood up. I also heard that there's an expert in the Sher clan stockade. The head of the Sher clan stockade, Ardao, couldn't even take one blow from him. But later, I heard that he reconciled with the Sher clan stockade. I don't know what price the Sher clan stockade paid to resolve the young expert's anger. There are even rumors that the entire Sher clan stockade has pledged allegiance to the young expert. The middle-aged man who spoke was called Yang Yulong. He was the head of a tribe in Miaojiang and had a high prestige in the Miao tribe. Before the Ming and Qing dynasties, his ancestors were the kings of the chieftains. Later, the new dynasty was established and the chieftain system was abolished. His family gradually declined, but a dead camel was bigger than a horse. Even if it declined, Yang Yulong's tribe was still an overlord. Especially Yang Yulong himself, who was a martial artist in the Grandmaster realm and had a high prestige in the tribe. What young expert? Bulsh *T. Master Wang Haizhu snorted coldly, his words full of disdain. I originally thought that he was a great figure, but in fact, he's just a piece of trash. He couldn't even take one blow from me. How can he be called an expert? If I hadn't shown mercy, he would have become a corpse. What? Is that true? The surrounding people were puzzled and couldn't tell whether it was true or false. Although they had heard all kinds of rumors, they didn't see it with their own eyes and didn't know whether it was true or not. Everyone was skeptical. The Numbing Corp's stronghold's strength in the Miaojiang was considered to be mid-tier. Various forces were secretly paying attention to the stronghold's movements. When they heard that a young expert had defeated the head of the Grandmaster stockade, Ardao, it immediately alarmed all the major forces. At this time, when they heard Wang Haizhu say that the expert couldn't even take one blow from him, they didn't know whether to believe it or not. Wang Haizhu was indeed powerful. He was an expert that the head of the Numbing Corp's stronghold, Ma Duanshan, had invited from outside. Even the former number 1 warrior of the Miaojiang, Wu Feixiong, couldn't suppress him when he sparred with him. If the Sher clan deliberately exaggerated the news and said that the young expert wasn't that strong, it was possible that he couldn't take one blow from Wang Haizhu. Wang Haizhu, you're not bluffing, right? Wu Feixiong said in a muffled voice. The head of the Sher clan, Ardao, is a Grandmaster realm expert. Since the other party can defeat Ardao, how can he not take one blow from you? That's the truth. Believe it or not. Wang Haizhu couldn't be bothered to argue with Wu Feixiong. If he angered this man, they might fight on the spot. There might be some treasures in this cave abode. The other major forces were also eyeing it covetously. Wang Haizhu didn't want to fight with this guy and let others benefit from it. Especially Yang Yulong, who had been hiding his strength for so many years. No one knew how strong he really was. At this time, someone suddenly shouted, "Isn't that Zhu, the second daughter of the Sher clan's Ardao? Who's with her next to her? Is he the legendary young expert of the Sher clan?" As the voice came, countless eyes looked in the direction of the entrance of the valley. Sure enough, they saw a young man in casual clothes walking towards the crowd. It was Li Changsheng, who had arrived a little later. Chapter 142. Li Changsheng did not expect himself to be so famous among the tribes in Miaojiang. When he appeared, countless eyes were focused on him. He is Li Changsheng, the young master. Many people were puzzled. Because this person's appearance was too ordinary. He was poles apart from the image of a young expert in their imagination. Rumor had it that Li Changsheng defeated the head of the Sher clan village, Dao Yu, with one palm and beat up the young master of the Sher clan village. It was a horrible sight. Even if he was not as fierce as Wu Feixiong, at least he should be as unfathomable as Yang Yulong. But his image was too ordinary and mediocre. Even Wu Feixiong could not help but frown. The so-called young master is like this. No wonder he couldn't even take one move from Wang Haizhu. Yang Yulong, on the other hand, looked at Li Changsheng from head to toe. Because his family was a chieftain, he received a different education from these people. He was far more intelligent than them, so he would not look down on any ordinary person. If you don't believe what I said, I will prove it to you. Wang Haizhu said coldly. He took a step forward and stood in front of Li Changsheng. He asked loudly, Li Changsheng, let me ask you. When I tested you in the hall of the She clan village, did you have no reaction? Li Changsheng did not understand why Wang Haizhu would appear here, nor did he understand why they did not go to the cave residence to look for things. Instead, they asked such boring questions as soon as he appeared. But he still nodded and said, that's what happened. Humph. I don't think you dare to deny it. Wang Haizhu smiled coldly and looked at Wu Feixiong and the others. Now you should believe me. I, Wang Haizhu, am not a person who brags. Seeing Li Changsheng nod and admit it, the people present no longer doubted. They thought that the She clan village might have deliberately released such news to confuse people and let the other tribes know that they had a master in their village and would not dare to have any ideas about them. Moreover, Li Changsheng's calm expression towards Wang Haizhu just now, in their eyes, they thought that Li Changsheng was afraid of Wang Haizhu's strength. This made many people feel even more disdainful. Only Yang Yulong seemed to have realized something, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Because from beginning to end, he did not see any fear in Li Changsheng's eyes, only indifference. If Li Changsheng really could not withstand Wang Haizhu's move, he would not be so calm. He's an interesting guy. Yang Yulong thought. Patriarch Yang, did you notice something? Wu Feixiong was not stupid, but his observation skills were not as good as Yang Yulong's. Therefore, he walked up to Yang Yulong and asked. The relationship between Wu Feixiong's tribe and Yang Yulong's tribe could be considered friendly. Although there was no guarantee that they would not turn against each other for treasures after entering the cave, at least on the surface, their relationship was the best. This young man is not simple. I don't believe that he can't even take one move from Wang Haizhu. Hearing Yang Yulong's words, Wu Feixiong chuckled. In that case, he is a guy who is good at hiding. He has successfully aroused my interest. Hearing Wu Feixiong's words, Yang Yulong said coldly, let me remind you, don't provoke him so easily, lest you fail miserably. Ha ha. Wu Feixiong chuckled and shook his head. Isn't he just a kid? Even if he is a little scheming, in the face of absolute strength, he is still trash. Yang Yulong snorted and could not be bothered to deal with this arrogant guy. Wu Feixiong had strength and was not stupid. His only flaw was that he was too arrogant and overconfident. Wu Feixiong, on account of our good relationship and the fact that we have always been allies, let me remind you one last time. Before you figure out his strength, it is best not to provoke him. Ha ha. Yang Yulong, people say that you are shrewd, strong, and good at scheming. But in my opinion, a scholar who has been rebelling for 3 years is not enough. You are just too smart and you are being misled by your intelligence. A foreign kid can scare you like this. My brother has praised you many times in front of me. You really let me down. Brother Wu Feixiong was the patriarch of their tribe. Although his martial arts strength was not very good, he was very intelligent. He and Wu Feixiong, one was a scholar and one was a martial artist. This made their tribe second only to Yang Yulong's tribe in the Miaojiang region. Yang Yulong directly walked to the side, not wanting to talk nonsense with Wu Feixiong. At this time, Wang Haizhu had already walked to the front of the cave and began to study the defense mechanism inside the cave. Wang Haizhu, as long as you can open the mechanism, when we get the treasures inside, you can have the biggest share. Wu Feixiong said again. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. So many of us came here to explore the cave. We can't go back empty-handed. If you don't agree, we will wait at the entrance of the cave and wait for you to come out. Even if you are a master of the 10th level of qi refining, you can't stop us from attacking you together. Sure enough, after hearing Wu Feixiong's words, Wang Haizhu thought for a moment and finally nodded. Although he wanted to open the mechanism and sneak in to take the treasures inside, he knew that it was impossible in this situation. Well, in that case, I will open the mechanism. You all follow me in and I will choose the treasures first. How about it? Wang Haizhu was not naive enough to think that he could really take the biggest share. Although these people said so now, when they saw the treasures, they might be greedy. So he could only try his best to fight for his own benefits. I agree. Wu Feixiong was the first to nod. I agree too. Yang Yulong and the other tribe leaders nodded. Well, in that case, it's settled. Now I will open the mechanism. Everyone listen to my orders. When I tell you to go in, you go in. When I tell you to stop, you stop. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone nodded. At this moment, Li Changsheng said to Liu Chong and Zhu Na, you two wait for me outside. I will go in and explore. With that, he directly walked to the entrance of the cave and jumped down. Wang Haizhu, who was about to open the mechanism, opened his eyes wide. Is this kid stupid? He rushed in without waiting for me to open the mechanism. The others also nodded and stretched their necks to look into the cave, waiting for the sound of screams to come. 1 minute, 2 minutes, after more than 10 minutes, no screams came. Could it be that the mechanism inside has failed? One of the tribe leaders asked in confusion. He picked up a stone and threw it in. As soon as the stone fell to the bottom, it was crushed into a pile of powder by an invisible energy. The people above all sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, their eyes were full of surprise. Why didn't that Li Changsheng die under the mechanism? Chapter 143. The passageway was filled with traps, but to Li Changsheng, they posed no threat to him. There was almost nothing that he was not proficient in over the years. Whether it was the Mohist's non-offensive trap technique or the Gongshu's overbearing trap technique, he could be called a master. At this moment, Li Changsheng walked all the way inside. There were many strange patterns carved on the stone walls, and all kinds of trap techniques were very clever. Li Changsheng was sure that the former owner of this cave must have been a master. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he entered a hall. There was an incense table in the hall, and a statue was enshrined. It was one of the 3 pristine Taoists, the statue of the primordial Lord of Heaven of the Prime Clear. Although Li Changsheng did not have any faith, he still respectfully bowed 3 times to this supreme Daoist god. Then, he saw a corpse under the incense table. Its clothes were rotten, and only bones were left. This should be one of the 2 chiefs of the Shi village who came in with Liu Chong's master. The reason why he died under the incense table was probably that he triggered some mechanism when he reached out to take the box. Although the box was placed here openly, there must be a mechanism protecting it. Li Changsheng still reached out to take the box without hesitation. The moment his fingers touched the box, there was suddenly the sound of air being torn apart. Black poisonous arrows were shot at him from all directions. In response, Li Changsheng waved his hands and directly slapped to both sides, and the poisonous arrows fell to the ground. It seemed very easy, but it was actually very dangerous. Li Changsheng could be calm because he was very strong. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely die if they were hit by so many poisonous arrows. He reached out to open the box, and there was a green bottle inside. The bottle was sealed with a yellow wooden stopper. It's not a scripture. Li Changsheng was a little disappointed. He came here specifically for the scripture. However, it was better than nothing. He took the bottle and opened the lid. A fragrant smell entered his nose. Elixir. He poured the elixir in the bottle into his hand, and an orange-yellow elixir fell into his hand. It should be a pill used to strengthen one's true qi. Li Changsheng himself was an alchemy grandmaster. Although it was impossible for him to tell the origin of the pill at a glance, he could tell the function of the pill through its smell. Almost without thinking, Li Changsheng directly opened his mouth and put the pill into his mouth. Suddenly, a fiery aura entered his dantian and circulated throughout his body along with the real qi. Who? Li Changsheng hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began refining with all his might. It turned out to be a high-grade spirit pill. As soon as the pill entered his body, Li Changsheng immediately felt his true energy rapidly growing. After his rebirth, due to the lack of spiritual energy, his progress in martial arts was extremely slow. Although he always had the upper hand in his battles, that was because he had awakened countless times to strengthen his body. In reality, in terms of personal strength, he was only equivalent to a 4th-level qi practitioner. He was even weaker than Liu Chong. However, at this moment, under the tyrannical power of the elixir, his cultivation was promoted layer by layer. Soon, he broke through 3 levels and reached the 7th level. Just as Li Changsheng was refining the elixir, a figure rushed in. It was the middle-aged man, Yang Yulong. He saw Li Changsheng sitting cross-legged under the incense table, especially when he saw the opened wooden box. His eyes were burning with desire and he clenched his fists. Greed was aroused at the sight of wealth, especially in a place like this. However, at this time, Li Changsheng happened to hear the noise and opened his eyes. When Yang Yulong noticed the trace of fierceness in Li Changsheng's eyes, the desire in his heart was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. He felt cold from head to toe. "What, you want to fight me?" Li Changsheng looked at Yang Yulong with a faint smile. Although the other party was in the Grandmaster realm, if he dared to fight now, Li Changsheng could kill him in a second. Yang Yulong took a deep breath and revealed a somewhat embarrassed smile. "Not at all, little brother, congratulations on obtaining an opportunity." Although he was envious, he didn't dare to have the idea of stealing the treasure. Because the intuition he had developed over the years told him that the young man in front of him was very dangerous. "You are a man who understands the situation." Li Changsheng smiled and then closed his eyes. He no longer looked at Yang Yulong and focused on refining the true qi in his body. At this time, he had broken through to the 9th level of qi refining. There were a few small doors at the back of the hall that should lead to the various rooms. The treasure in the hall was obtained by Li Changsheng, so he naturally had to go to the other rooms to try his luck. Just as Yang Yulong was about to walk to the back of the hall, the moment he lifted his foot, Li Changsheng's true qi suddenly broke through the threshold and a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Li Changsheng's body. In an instant, Yang Yulong's face turned pale with fright. This was a sign that he was about to break through to the 10th level of qi refining, but even the 10th level of qi refining did not have such a terrifying aura. Yang Yulong's master was also a 10th level qi refining expert, so Yang Yulong was very familiar with this scene. But even his master's aura was not even 1% of this young man's. Too terrifying. Yang Yulong took a deep breath. If he was only afraid of Li Changsheng's strength a moment ago, then he was truly terrified now. The aura only erupted for a moment and was quickly restrained. Li Changsheng returned to his calm appearance. He slowly stood up from the ground, stretched his arms and legs, and then walked to a small door behind the statue. "Wait a moment," Yang Yulong suddenly said. Li Changsheng's footsteps paused, a hint of doubt on his face. "What, you still haven't given up?" "No, no." Yang Yulong hurriedly waved his hand. "Sir is so powerful, how could I dare to covet Sir's things?" "Then why did you call me?" "I want to ask, sir, are you really protecting the Shi family village? If the Shi family village is really under your protection, then I'm willing to form an alliance with the Shi family village to deal with the people of the Hemp Corpse village. So you see that I'm powerful and want to cozy up to me." Li Changsheng immediately understood Yang Yulong's meaning. In the Miao region, the tribes were not harmonious and they fought with each other. Because there were not many people in each tribe, those martial arts experts were particularly important. "I have nothing to do with the Shi family village." Li Changsheng smiled. "Mr. Li, are you willing to be the protector of my tribe? As long as Mr. Li agrees, I can give you half of my wealth as a filial piety. I don't have much interest in those worldly things." After that, he turned around and disappeared into the small door. Yang Yulong's eyes showed some regret. He had always dreamed of becoming the king of the chieftains like his ancestors and establishing a dynasty that belonged to him in the Miao region. However, his strength was limited and it was impossible to achieve this dream. If he had the help of a terrifying expert like Li Changsheng, then there was no doubt that it was possible to achieve it. Unfortunately, Li Changsheng refused him. He said that he doesn't like worldly things. An expert like him must like treasures of heaven and earth. If I can give him something that is beneficial to his cultivation, maybe he will change his mind and help me. Yang Yulong did not give up. Thinking of this, his eyes regained their spirit. Chapter 144. At this moment, another person broke into the hall. It was a woman in her 20s with a pretty face. When she saw Yang Yulong, she took the initiative to greet him. "Nice to meet you, Uncle Yang." She was the daughter of the chief of a tribe near Yang Yulong's tribe. Her name was Qing Xian. "Uncle Yang, I see you standing here in a daze. Did you encounter any problems? The woman's voice was clear and sweet like an oriole. When she saw the opened box on the table, she smiled. Congratulations, Uncle Yang, for getting the treasure in the box. Hearing this, Yang Yulong couldn't help but smile bitterly. I didn't get it. Someone else got it before me. Uncle Yang Yulong, you were the second to come in? There's actually someone faster than you. Could it be that the first young man who barged in isn't dead? This trap was full of danger. Li Changsheng was the first to jump in. Although the people behind him didn't hear his scream, they guessed that he must have fallen into some trap and died. That was why Qing Xian had this question. No. Even if everyone who came in died, he wouldn't die. Yang Yulong sighed. Qing Xian's mouth opened slightly, her eyes were filled with surprise. Qing Xian heard from her father that Yang Yulong was definitely the most terrifying chief of the Miaojiang tribe. He was scheming and powerful. He shouldn't be messed with. How could he be an ordinary person if he could speak so highly of him? That kid looks ordinary. Didn't you say that he couldn't even take one hit from Wang Haizhu? Qing Xian's eyes were filled with doubts. Uncle Yang, is he really that powerful? Powerful? It's not just powerful, it's extremely powerful. I can say that even if all of the people here today were to join forces, they would not be his match. Hiss. Qing Xian took a deep breath, her eyes were filled with shock. She couldn't imagine such a terrifying person. Oh right. Yang Yulong suddenly remembered something and asked Qing Xian, I remember your father said that he wanted your brother to marry the daughter of the leader of the magical corpse village. Is that true? Yes, my father said that cooperating with the magical corpse village would be beneficial to our tribe. Go back and tell your father that it's me. Tell him to draw a clear line between him and the hemp corpse village. That Wang Haizhu doesn't know what's good for him. He dares to offend Mr. Li. I'm afraid the entire hemp corpse village will be destroyed. Well, I'm afraid it's hard for me to change my father's decision. Qing Xian frowned and said worriedly, that's your problem. You just have to remember, if you don't want your tribe to be erased from the world, you have to make your father give up on the idea of marriage with the people from the numbing corpse village. At this moment, in another stone room of the cave, Mage Wang Haizhu was studying a mechanism. There were many forks in this cave. After entering the cave, many people separated from Wang Haizhu, but most of them still followed him. Because if they didn't have any real skills, they would only die miserably if they ran around blindly. You must follow closely behind me. Although I know that all of you want to take the treasures for yourself, you have to be alive to use the treasures. The first young man who didn't listen to my advice jumped in and disappeared. We entered several caves and didn't find any trace of him. This means that he has died long ago. This is the consequence of running around randomly. As for Yang Yulong, he has the strength, but even if he has the strength, if he doesn't follow behind me, I'm afraid he will suffer a lot. Wang Haizhu said proudly. You're right, we'll follow Mage Wang. That's right, there's meat and soup to eat if we follow Mage Wang. The people behind him flattered. Wang Haizhu's face was full of pride. But it's strange that we didn't find the young man's body along the way. Is there another mechanism at the entrance? Someone asked. There must be another mechanism. Otherwise, even Mage Wang would have to spend a lot of effort to crack the mechanism. That guy couldn't even take one move from Mage Wang. I think his other skills are also very weak. It's just a smoke bomb deliberately released by Shishazhai. Not to mention Mage Wang, even I can kill him within 3 moves. A young man said loudly. And with my aptitude, as long as I have another 10 years, even if I can't compare with Mage Wang, I'll have no problem reaching Wu Feixiong's strength. The young man who spoke was called Feng Zheng. He was an influential figure of the younger generation in Miaojiang. He practiced covert power at a young age. Although he can't compare with Wu Feixiong, Yang Yulong, and other martial artists in the Guru realm, he's not simple. Feng Zheng, you're talking big. Do you mean that I, Wu Feixiong, am not as good as Wang Haizhu? A loud voice came. Wu Feixiong came over with a group of men. Just now, he went to explore a stone room and turned around just in time to hear Feng Zheng's bold words. After seeing Wu Feixiong, Feng Zheng, who was full of pride just now, shrank his neck and lowered his head directly like a mouse seeing a cat, as if he hadn't said those words just now. However, Wu Feixiong didn't intend to let him go just like that. Fengzheng, I asked you a question. Didn't you hear it? Fengzheng lowered his head and still didn't speak. Wu Feixiong went directly to his side, kicked his body, and scolded, "You're a good-for-nothing. If you don't have the guts, don't brag in the future." Although he didn't use much strength in this kick, it was extremely humiliating in front of everyone. Fengzheng's face was flushed, but he lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. Wu Feixiong sneered twice and walked directly to a door on the side with his men. "Wu Feixiong, when we came in, we said that we would all follow me. But after I broke a few layers of traps, you went your own way. Isn't this a bit too unruly?" Wang Haizhu, who had been dissatisfied with Wu Feixiong for a long time, said at this time. "What? Do you want to fight?" Wu Feixiong clenched his fists. He preferred to reason with people with his fists. "Forget it." The head of the magical corpse stronghold said to Wang Haizhu. Wang Haizhu didn't really want to fight with Wu Feixiong. After all, this big man was so talented that he didn't have the confidence to deal with him. Shortly after Wu Feixiong left, a young man in casual clothes who didn't fit in with the Miaojiang people's image appeared. He was Li Changsheng from the outside world. "Isn't that the young master of the Shi clan?" someone exclaimed. "He didn't die." Wang Haizhu, who just said that Li Changsheng had been killed by the traps, couldn't help but open his mouth wide. He felt like he was slapped in the face. Li Changsheng walked in and was a little surprised to see so many people. However, he had basically explored the other stone rooms. Only this cave residence had a door. Thinking about it, he ignored the crowd and walked directly to the door that Wang Haizhu was breaking. At this time, a figure instantly stopped in front of Li Changsheng. "Stop. Who let you in?" The one who stopped the way was Fengzheng, who had just been humiliated by Wu Feixiong. He didn't dare to go against Wu Feixiong, but he was full of anger in his heart. After seeing Li Changsheng, he suddenly felt that he had a place to vent his anger. Chapter 145. What's the matter? Li Changsheng frowned slightly, his expression somewhat displeased. "We've already explored this cavern. If you want to explore, go somewhere else." Fengzheng said coldly. "This cavern isn't owned by your family. Also, watch your mouth." Li Changsheng walked around Fengzheng and continued forward. "Stop." Fengzheng reached out to grab Li Changsheng's shoulder, but he grabbed nothing. Li Changsheng had already disappeared and appeared in front of the stone door that Wang Haizhu was trying to decipher. "Kid, this stone door is full of traps. If you want to die, I won't stop you." Wang Haizhu sneered. But Li Changsheng didn't pay any attention to him. He took a step forward and pushed the stone door open. The moment the stone door was pushed open, black fog gushed out and shrouded Li Changsheng. "Retreat." Wang Haizhu retreated in fear. Everyone behind him also moved away from the stone door. A few minutes later, when the black fog gradually dissipated, Li Changsheng was nowhere to be seen. The stone door had been completely pushed open. "Did that young man fall into a trap?" someone said. However, no one said anything in agreement. When Li Changsheng first entered the cavern, they also thought so. However, reality slapped them hard in the face. This young man seems to be a person proficient in traps. Even Wang Haizhu, who looked down on Li Changsheng, could only say so. "Coward, you're so scared that you hid inside. Otherwise, I'll tear you to pieces," Feng Yuanjing said hatefully. However, someone beside him sneered. He didn't dare to offend Wu Feixiong, but he found trouble with Li Changsheng. He was clearly bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Fengzheng also realized this, and his face immediately turned ugly. He continued to move forward until the door of the last stone room was pushed open by Li Changsheng. However, he was disappointed in the end. He had looted a lot of things along the way, but he still couldn't find the scripture he was looking for. It seems that the owner of this cave mansion might have only obtained one page of the scripture. Li Changsheng muttered regretfully. He could only turn around and head back. At this time, because Li Changsheng had already broken through all the traps, the other people who came in also sped up. "Master Wang, There are so many stone houses here. If we explore them one by one, I'm afraid it'll be too slow and others will beat us to it. Why don't we split up and explore on our own? What do you think? Feng Zheng said. Wang Haiju's expression did not look good. It was clear that these people saw that the mechanism had been broken and felt that they had no use for him, so they wanted to take the treasure for themselves. However, with so many tribes present, Wang Haiju couldn't afford to offend all of them. In the end, he gave a cold snort and quickly walked towards the stone gate. Feng Zhang and the others were overjoyed. They turned around and walked towards the other door. Look over there seems to be a scroll. Feng Zhang, who had just opened the door, had a joyful expression on his face. Because along the way, he found that many things in the stone houses had already been taken away. When he saw the scroll, he couldn't wait to speed up. However, when he was less than 5 steps away from the scroll, a head suddenly popped out from behind. Then, the scroll was grabbed by the other party. It was Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng walked around the cave mansion again and found that he had missed this room. Just now, he saw a skeleton under the table where the scroll was placed. He went to check on the condition of the skeleton first. When he heard the footsteps, he hurriedly grabbed the scroll. When he saw the scroll being snatched, Feng Zheng's eyes turned red. The people who came in with him also became angry. "Kid, hand over the scroll," Feng Zheng said fiercely. "Impossible." Li Changsheng shook his head directly. If it was an ordinary item, it would be easy to give it to them. After all, most of the things in the cave mansion had been taken by Li Changsheng. However, the scroll was very likely to be what he was looking for. He definitely couldn't give it to others. "Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the scroll, or I won't go easy on you," Feng Zheng said coldly. "Impossible." Li Changsheng still replied with 3 words. "You dog, I'm talking to you nicely. How dare you not listen to me? I think you're courting death." Feng Zheng snorted. He took a step forward and grabbed Li Changsheng's shoulder. This was a move of the grappling hand. When Feng Zheng used it, it was very powerful and carried with it a whistling sound. However, Li Changsheng didn't have any superfluous expression. Instead, his eyes revealed some coldness. Feng Zheng grabbed Li Changsheng's shoulder and sneered. He tried to capture Li Changsheng with all his strength, but found that Li Changsheng's shoulder was like steel. It actually made his fingers hurt. "Kid, I didn't want to argue with an ant like you, but you're going too far. You dare to fight with me with this little strength?" Li Changsheng said coldly. "Kid, I don't believe your body is made of steel." Feng Zheng put more strength into his hand. This time, Li Changsheng's shoulder slightly straightened. A huge force appeared on Feng Zheng's fingers. In a flash, Feng Zheng felt a huge force coming through his arm. A huge pain spread through his arm. He hurriedly retracted his arm and took 3 steps back. He found that the bones in his arm had become twisted. "Kid, I don't want to argue with you, but that doesn't mean I won't. Since you dare to fight with me, you'll die." Li Changsheng took a step forward. His body turned into a shadow and appeared in front of Feng Zheng. He reached out his hand and grabbed Feng Zheng's neck, lifting him into the air. "I'll fight with you." Feng Zheng kept struggling. Unfortunately, Li Changsheng's hand was like an iron clamp. He found that his true qi had been sucked dry. He couldn't use it at all. This time, Feng Zheng was completely terrified. He was a qi practitioner of the 6th level, but in front of Li Changsheng, he was like a chicken. He couldn't fight back at all. Didn't they say this person couldn't even take one move from Wang Haiju? Although I'm not as good as Wang Haiju, I should be able to take a few moves from that mage. Did Wang Haiju lie to me? His heart was filled with horror. However, no one answered his doubts. He would never know the answer. Because as Li Changsheng's fingers slowly tightened, Feng Zheng's face was already swollen to the point that it began to turn black. His legs continued to struggle, but his strength was getting weaker and weaker. Finally, with a crack, his head hung limply. Li Changsheng had actually crushed his neck. Plop! Li Changsheng let go. Feng Zheng's body fell to the ground. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose. His body twitched a few times, then stopped moving completely. Seeing this, The people from the other tribes who came in with Feng Zheng all stared with wide eyes. Haha. There's a stone room here. A loud voice was heard. Wu Feixiong walked in with a few of his men. The moment he stepped into the stone room, he was stunned. Feng Zheng was actually killed by someone. Chapter 146. The tribesmen who had just witnessed Li Changsheng's attack were all stunned and full of horror. Wu Feixiong, who had rushed in, also opened his eyes wide. He looked at Li Changsheng and said, "We came in together to search for treasures. You killed him. Isn't that too much?" "Yes, I killed him." "So what?" Li Changsheng clapped his hands. He took the scroll he had just obtained and flipped through it. He was completely indifferent to Wu Feixiong's glare. A trace of anger flashed across Wu Feixiong's face. Especially when he looked at the scroll in Li Changsheng's hand, there was a bit of greed. However, he did not choose to attack. His tribe and Feng Zheng's tribe did not have a good relationship. At that time, he even kicked Feng Zheng, so there was no need for him to stand up for Feng Zheng at all. However, that scroll made his heart burn. "Friend, everyone who sees the treasures in this cave residence has a share. Can you also let me see your scroll?" Wu Feixiong suppressed the anger in his heart. Although Feng Zheng's strength was far inferior to his, even if he attacked Feng Zheng, it would take a lot of effort. It was impossible to kill him as easily as Li Changsheng. Therefore, he was already faintly afraid of Li Changsheng. "Why?" Li Changsheng raised his eyelids. He completely ignored this 2-meter-tall strong man. Hiss. The room fell into silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. No one thought that Li Changsheng would be so arrogant and not give Wu Feixiong any face. Everyone looked at Wu Feixiong, wanting to see his reaction. With Wu Feixiong's bad temper, there should be a big fight immediately. However, Wu Feixiong did not say anything. He looked rough, but he was not stupid. In particular, Li Changsheng's tough attitude at the moment made him even more confused. Therefore, he did not attack. He was unwilling, he did not dare, or he did not want to offend a strong person for no reason. However, in front of so many people, if he did not say anything, he would lose face in the future. Therefore, he took a deep breath and smiled at Li Changsheng. "Little brother, harmony breeds wealth. I just want to take a look at the scroll in your hand. I don't want to snatch it from you. I believe you don't want to completely fall out with me." However, just as he finished speaking, Li Changsheng revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. "I can't even take a look." Wu Feixiong only felt the anger in his heart rising, as if he had been slapped hard in the face. In front of so many people, Li Changsheng did not give him any face at all. He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger. However, when he saw Li Changsheng's calm eyes, he didn't have the courage to make a move. Li Changsheng shook his head, pushed through the crowd, and walked out of the stone room. Since he had already killed Feng Zheng, he didn't care about killing Wu Feixiong. The so-called #1 warrior was no different from an ant in his eyes. Li Changsheng walked out of the stone room just like that. There were more than 20 people present who had a good relationship with Feng Zheng, but they didn't dare to stop him. It was only at this moment that they realized a problem. Perhaps Li Changsheng wasn't as weak as Wang Haizhu said. After a while, a few more groups of people arrived. When they saw Feng Zheng's miserable state on the ground, their faces changed drastically. As the leader of this group, Wang Haizhu suddenly frowned. "Master Wang, didn't you say that Li Changsheng was fishing for fame and couldn't even take one move from you? Then let me ask you, what's going on?" Wu Feixiong asked coldly. He felt that Wang Haizhu was obviously talking nonsense, deliberately releasing false information to trick them. "That's right, Li Changsheng couldn't take one move from me, but I didn't say that he wasn't strong enough. What's more, Feng Zheng's realm is too low, how can he be compared to me?" Although Wang Haizhu had some doubts in his heart, he had already bragged, so of course he couldn't slap his own face. Moreover, Feng Zheng died in Li Changsheng's hands, but it didn't mean that Li Changsheng could take one move from him. After all, he was already a master of qi refining level 10. After a while, even Yang Yulong and Qing Xian came over. After knowing that Feng Zheng was killed by Li Changsheng, Yang Yulong was even more certain of his thoughts. Qing Xian, who was next to him, finally began to believe Yang Yulong's words. Li Changsheng was indeed not ordinary. The group walked around the cave a few more times. After making sure that all the stone rooms had been explored, they all gathered in the hall that they had just entered. It seems that all the things here have been taken. We should go out. Yang Yulong said. No, there's still one more place that we need to explore. Wang Haizhu pointed at the statue of Heavenly Lord Yuanxia that stood at the innermost part. This statue is the core of the entire cave. You can see a thin crack below it. Although it's not obvious, it's real. What do you mean? Everyone looked at him curiously. Wang Haizhu said proudly, there should be a secret room under this stone statue. We've explored so many rooms, but all we got were some daily necessities. The only precious thing is the thing in the box on the incense table. But when we came in, the box was already opened. Someone must have beaten us to it. Now we can only hope that there's something good hidden under the stone statue. But the mechanism is extremely complicated. Even with my ability, it will take me a day to crack it. Hearing Wang Haizhu's words, everyone's face was full of anticipation. Someone sighed and said, I wonder who got the thing in the box. It should be that young man named Li Changsheng. Qing Xian suddenly spoke. Yang Yulong wanted to stop her, but it was too late. What? That Li Changsheng again? Did any of you see where Li Changsheng went? Wang Haizhu asked. Did he leave in advance? We just went through all the stone rooms again, but we didn't find any trace of him. That kid got lucky. Ma Duanshan snorted. Yang Yulong whispered to Qing Xian, only you and I know that Li Changsheng took the thing in the box. Why did you say that? You're just causing trouble for yourself. Who knew that? Qing Xian just smiled coldly. My brother is going to marry the only daughter of the head of the Numbing Corpse stronghold. Our tribe and the Numbing Corpse stronghold will be allies in the future. That Li Changsheng is from the Shi family stronghold, so he's the enemy of the Numbing Corpse stronghold, which means he's the enemy of our tribe. Of course, I don't need to hide anything for the enemy. What's more, he couldn't even take one move from Master Wang Haizhu. Do I need to be afraid of him? Did my words fall on deaf ears? Yang Yulong shook his head in anger. Uncle Yulong, I believe in your judgment. But I'm afraid you don't know that Wang Haizhu is no longer a 9th level Qi practitioner, but a 10th level Qi practitioner. With such strength, who here can compare to him? Yang Yulong sighed, but there was still pity in his eyes. If he didn't see the terrifying aura on Li Changsheng's body with his own eyes, maybe after knowing that Wang Haizhu broke through to the 10th level Qi practitioner, he would really think that Li Changsheng wasn't Wang Haizhu's opponent. But after seeing that scene, what was a 10th level Qi practitioner? Chapter 147. Everyone, take a rest at the side. I have a rough idea of this mechanism. This is a type of gravity mechanism art, and there must be something extremely important sealed inside. However, if we want to unlock the mechanism, we won't be able to rely on skill. We have to push this stone statue away, but we don't know if we will be attacked during the process. We will need everyone to work together later. After hearing Wang Haizhu's explanation, everyone finally understood why Wang Haizhu was so kind to let them stay and tell them the secret of this stone statue. Such a huge stone statue probably weighed more than 30 tons. Even the gifted Wu Feixiong couldn't push it away. This means that this mechanism can't be cracked by one person. If the owner of this cave abode wanted to enter the secret chamber, wouldn't he have to find many people with great strength to push it away? Someone questioned and felt that this mechanism wasn't scientific at all. However, Yang Yulong, who was at the side, said, for an ordinary person, pushing something that weighs more than 30 tons is indeed a big project. However, for a Vajra realm martial expert, it might be as simple as moving a small stone. Once he said that, everyone fell into silence. The Vajra realm was like a god. It was an unattainable realm. In the entire history of China, there were only a handful. If that's the case, the owner of this cave abode should be a Vajra realm martial expert. There must be extremely precious treasures in that secret chamber. Many people had greedy looks in their eyes. And the things that were taken away from the box must be extremely precious as well. That Li Changsheng, we can't let him keep the treasures for himself. After we get out, We will go to the Shi clan village together and ask him to hand them over. If he doesn't, we will suppress him together. Someone suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement. Right at this moment, there was a sudden tremor under everyone's feet. Then, a gap appeared under the huge stone statue. Everyone was dumbfounded as a figure walked out from the gap. He was wearing casual clothes and had an ordinary face. Who else could it be if it wasn't Li Changsheng? Didn't they say that this stone statue weighed more than 30 tons? Then how did he get out? Someone asked in surprise. Could he push this stone statue away with his own strength? But how is that possible with his skinny and weak appearance? Everyone felt their mouths dry up and were in disbelief. Even Wu Feixiong's eyes widened. He claimed to be born with divine strength and had torn a tiger apart when he was 10 years old. However, he was powerless against this stone statue. Li Changsheng actually pushed him away with his own strength. This was too inconceivable. Li Changsheng didn't expect so many people to gather in the hall. He couldn't help but smile, then turned and walked out. He had already gotten what he wanted, so there was no point in staying any longer. The surrounding people who had just said that they wanted to collectively suppress Li Changsheng were all dumbfounded. No one dared to stop them. Yang Yulong didn't dare because he knew how terrifying Li Changsheng's strength was. Wu Feixiong didn't dare either. If Li Changsheng's killing of Feng Zheng made him fearful, then the scene of Li Changsheng pushing away the stone statue shocked him even more. The people of the other tribes were also scared witless. Wang Haiju's face was the ugliest. He had just said that they needed everyone's strength to push the stone statue away, but Li Changsheng did it alone. This was tantamount to slapping him in the face. Could it be that there's some mechanism under the stone statue and my judgment was wrong? Just as Wang Haiju was pondering, Li Changsheng was about to walk out of the hall. Stop! Wang Haiju suddenly reacted and shouted when he remembered that Li Changsheng had taken all the treasures inside. However, Li Changsheng didn't pay any attention to him and continued to walk outside. Kid, I told you to stop. Don't you understand? At this time, Wang Haiju had already taken out the bone knife in his hand. This was a semi-finished magic tool that he had refined for many years. Although it was only a semi-finished product, it still had great power. Ma Duanshan, the chief of the Numbing Corp's stronghold, advised in a low voice, Master, this Li Changsheng is mysterious and unfathomable. It's not worthwhile to offend him. Mysterious, low-key, and extraordinary. Wang Haiju was not stupid. He had observed Li Changsheng's series of actions. Killing Feng Zhang and breaking the mechanism was as easy as eating and drinking. This showed that Li Changsheng was not an ordinary person. It was very likely that when he was in the Shi clan village, he was really calm and not pretending. However, he had just broken through to the 10th layer of qi refining and his confidence had increased greatly. At the same time, he had already said in front of everyone that Li Changsheng could not withstand one of his attacks. Now that he was ignored by Li Changsheng, his pride could not accept it. I'll count to 3. If you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite. Wang Haiju said coldly. However, Li Changsheng did not seem to hear him at all and continued to walk out. Wang Haiju's face was burning with anger. At the same time, he saw that the people around him were looking at him with ridicule. This made Wang Haiju, who was already angry, even more unable to suppress his anger. Suddenly, he channeled his qi and shot out the bone dagger in his hand. It turned into a streak of white light and pierced towards Li Changsheng's back. He angrily attacked. The bone blade brought with it a piercing sound of wind as it exploded with a powerful force. It almost instantly appeared behind Li Changsheng. In Wang Haiju's view, Li Changsheng was the biggest winner this time. No one could tolerate him. The reason why no one attacked was because they did not react in time. As long as he took the lead, the others would follow suit. Moreover, he believed that with his 10th layer of qi refining strength, he should be able to deal with Li Changsheng. The dagger was about to pierce Li Changsheng's body, but Li Changsheng did not seem to have any intention of stopping. His eyes were filled with pride. However, his pride was quickly replaced by shock. The dagger abruptly stabbed into Li Changsheng's clothes, but it produced a ding-dang sound. Then, The sharp and sturdy bone knife fell to the ground, splitting into two halves. How is this possible? At this moment, Wang Haizhu's eyes were completely wide open. Everyone around him was also in disbelief. He was not pretending that day in the Shi clan village. He was not hiding. Wang Haizhu had such a thought. Li Changsheng stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around. He glanced at Wang Haizhu with an indifferent expression. Fut! In the next moment, Wang Haizhu trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were filled with horror. Mental attack. Many people present did not know what a mental attack was, but because they did not know, they were even more afraid. Just one look and he spat out blood. Is he an immortal? Ma Duanshan took a step forward. He was also a martial artist in the master realm. However, as soon as he moved, Li Changsheng's palm struck in his direction. Boom! The transparent palm energy surged. Ma Duanshan spat out blood and flew out. When he landed, a large part of his chest had collapsed. This time, everyone saw it clearly. He had released his internal chi from a few meters away. Is he actually a Carnate Realm expert? At this moment, the entire hall was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 148. Just a bunch of trash. Li Changsheng sneered and turned to walk outside again. This time, no one dared to say a word until Li Changsheng's back disappeared from everyone's sight. Didn't they say that he was just fishing for fame? Didn't they say that he couldn't even take one move from Wang Haizhu? Many people could not help but smile bitterly. It turns out that he didn't bother to be calculative with him. On the other side, Qing Xian's body swayed and her face turned pale. She looked at the middle-aged man next to her, Yang Yulong, as if asking for help. Uncle Yang, what I said just now, will it reach his ears? Will it bring disaster to our tribe because of me? Yang Yulong snorted. Even if it brings disaster, it's your own fault for not listening to my advice. After saying that, there was a burning light in his eyes. My judgment is right. He is indeed a peerless expert. I must find a way to rope him in. On the other side, Wu Feixiong let out a sigh of relief with lingering fear. He recalled that he wanted to attack Li Changsheng at that time, and now he felt lucky. Wang Haizhu's strength was on par with his, but he could not even take one look from Wang Haizhu. If he had attacked, he would probably end up in a miserable state. Everyone in the hall had complicated thoughts and looked shocked. The scene just now was destined to be a nightmare for many people. At this moment, Azhuna and Liu Chong were waiting anxiously outside the cave. So many experts went in just now. Will Mr. Li be in danger? After a few days of getting along, Azhuna and Li Changsheng had some friendship. At this moment, she could not help but worry. I don't know, but with Mr. Li's strength, he should be fine. Just as the two of them were looking around anxiously, there was a sudden sound of footsteps from the valley outside. Is someone coming again? Liu Chong turned his head and saw a group of people in their line of sight. When the group of people approached, Azhuna's face was filled with surprise. Father, sister, why are you here? The group of people who appeared turned out to be the chief of Shi village, are Daoyu, Miss Azhuna, and the young expert, Long Ju. Of course I have to come. There are precious treasures in this cave. How can my Shi clan fall behind others? As he spoke, he waved his hand, and his subordinates surrounded the cave residents. Liu Chong wanted to say something, but he saw a long sword pressed against his neck. It was Long Ju, who was injured by Li Changsheng. What do you mean? Liu Chong didn't act rashly. Instead, he asked coldly. What else could it mean? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Liu Chong, I know your strength is not bad, but you better watch the show obediently from the side. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our old friendship and attacking you. Daoyu said coldly. Father, what's going on? Azhu asked anxiously when she saw the scene. This is just a trick I set up. If I'm not wrong, the people from the nearby tribes have already entered the cave. These people are really stupid. They all fell for my little trick. Could it be that you're the one who spread the location of this cave and lured all the major forces into it? Master Liu suddenly came to a realization. Only he and the people from the Shi clan knew the location of this cave residence. However, when they went to this cave residence, even the people from the nearby tribes found the location of the cave residence and came to explore the treasure. At that time, he was puzzled, but now he suddenly understood that this was simply a trick set up by Dao Yu. Yes, Master Liu, you're quite smart. My Shi clan's strength has been getting weaker and weaker over the years, and we've been coveted by the people from the nearby tribes. This time, several major tribes were tricked into the cave residence by me and risked their lives to explore the treasure. But they never thought that no matter how many treasures they got, they were prepared for me. And after today, I'll wipe out all the masters of the several tribes. So many masters have entered, why do you think you can deal with them? Master Liu shook his head and sneered. Not to mention others, just Mr. Li alone, even if you use the strength of the entire village, you can't deal with him. Dao Yu laughed. Look at the gifts I've prepared for them, and you won't think so. With that, Dao Yu turned and walked to the box they carried and opened it. There were a few boxes full of rocket launchers. Those people assembled the rocket launchers, loaded them with shells, and then aimed at the location of the cave entrance. Whether it's Mr. Li or the masters of the hemp corpse village, so what if they're strong? They'll still become corpses under this rocket launcher. It turned out that this was Dao Yu's trump card. Although martial arts masters were powerful, the power of modern weapons was even more powerful. There were so many martial artists in the world, but they still had to abide by the rules because of the power of modern firearms. How about it, Master Liu? Do you still think that Mr. Li can fight against me? If it was in the past, Liu Chong would indeed think that no one could resist the rocket launcher, but he saw with his own eyes that Li Changsheng was unscathed under the rocket launcher. He sneered at the moment. Dao Yu, listen to my advice, let your men retreat. The rocket launcher may be able to deal with others, but it's useless against Mr. Li. You'll only bring disaster to the Shi clan. What? Dao Yu couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Liu Chong, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? How dare you say that my rocket launcher can't deal with Li Changsheng? What a joke. At this time, the other Shi clan people present also laughed, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Dao Yu, I don't care if you believe it or not, but I'll remind you one last time. If you want to deal with people from other tribes, of course, you can, but when Li Changsheng comes out, you'd better not offend him, because you'll be courting death. Dao Yu waved his hand and ordered his men, shut up our dear Master Liu's mouth. Don't mislead people here. After that, he sat down on a rock next to him and looked at the cave entrance with excitement, waiting for the people inside to come out. He had long been tempted by the treasures in the cave, but because the previous chief, his father, died in the cave because of exploring, he had never dared to take the risk. Until Master Liu and Li Changsheng appeared and said that they were going to explore the cave, he was already tempted at that time. In addition, when he thought of the crisis facing the Shi clan, he came up with this perfect plan. In fact, everything went according to his plan. I'm really a genius. Dao Yu laughed heartily. Next to him, his daughter, Zhu Hong, said with a cold face, Dad, when Li Changsheng comes out, don't rush to kill him. I want him to kneel on the ground and apologize to Brother Longju. I want to humiliate him, cut off his tongue, dig out his eyes, and make him beg for death. Okay, my good daughter, I'll listen to you. I'll definitely let you vent your anger. Not far away, Master Liu, who was gagged, couldn't help but shudder. He thought to himself that women were the most vicious. At the same time, there was pity in his eyes. He thought silently in his heart that this group of reckless people, if they had seen Li Changsheng's strength, they would know how terrifying he was. Chapter 149. Li Changsheng was the first to walk out of the cave. When he saw the countless rocket launchers aimed at him and the smug Dao Yu sitting on the stone, he seemed to have thought of something and frowned slightly. Mr. Li, I didn't expect you to be able to walk out of the cave. Congratulations. So it's Master Dao Yu. There's nothing to congratulate. How can a small trap in the cave hurt me? Li Changsheng didn't panic when he was targeted by countless rocket launchers. Instead, he continued to walk out. Mr. Li, please stop. Can't you see that these rocket launchers are prepared for you? Dao Yu sneered and stood up from the stone. His eyes were filled with pride as he felt that the situation was under his control. There should be a lot of treasures in this cave. Mr. Li, take out everything you got in the cave. I believe you're a sensible person. Dao Yu smiled slightly. Also, in addition to the things in the cave, you have such powerful strength at such a young age. The spells you cultivate must be extraordinary. Hand them all over and let my brother Long Ju cultivate. As Hu Hong's face was even colder. She regarded Li Changsheng as a turtle in a jar. Long Ju, who was holding a long sword, stood on a high ground and watched everything. He took the rocket launcher from one of his men and carried it on his shoulder. He locked onto Li Changsheng's body. As long as Li Changsheng made any move, he would pull the trigger without hesitation. Dao Yu was calm as if the situation was under his control. He said faintly, Li Changsheng, did you hear that? Hand over the cultivation method and the things you got. Don't waste my patience. Do you really think you can deal with me with these rocket launchers? Li Changsheng snorted coldly with a playful look in his eyes. In the face of more than 30 rocket launchers, there was no trace of fear on his face from beginning to end. He was calm. What a big mouth. More than 30 rocket launchers are prepared for all the masters in the tribe. To deal with you, only one is enough. Long Ju sneered and kept a distance of 100 meters from Li Changsheng from beginning to end, fearing that Li Changsheng would suddenly attack. Hand over the treasures and techniques you obtained, then kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Perhaps this chief will be happy and spare your worthless life. Father, I said I want to dig out his eyes and cut his tongue. Otherwise, I won't be able to dispel the hatred in my heart. As Hu Hong said loudly. They stood in the distance, not giving Li Changsheng any chance to make trouble, thinking that everything was under their control. I don't know where your confidence comes from. You think that you can deal with me with just a few broken buckets? How laughable. I actually spared your lives last time. It seems that I was too merciful. Li Changsheng shook his head slightly and began to walk forward. Brat, it seems that you are really stubborn. Dao Yu snorted and ordered Long Ju, let him see the power of the rocket launcher. Long Ju nodded and pulled the trigger. Boom. A cannonball exploded 50 meters away from Li Changsheng. Boom. Flames rose from the ground and a huge pit appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A boulder next to it was blown to pieces. This was the power of modern weapons. Li Changsheng stood in the same place and didn't even intend to dodge. From the moment the other party pulled the trigger, he judged the trajectory of the other party's bullet. They wanted to get the things in the cave and this attack was only used to deter Li Changsheng. Because if Li Changsheng was killed, then the things that Li Changsheng obtained from inside would be destroyed. So they are afraid of breaking the vase. Li Changsheng shook his head and continued to walk out. Father, it seems that this person is stubborn. We can't scare him. Just order the cannonball to kill him. As Hu Hong pleaded. If I don't kill him myself, I always feel that something is missing in my heart. Long Ju put down the rocket launcher and took out a shotgun from the box behind him and aimed at Li Changsheng's body. Let me break one of his legs first. Dao Yu nodded. He didn't want to use the rocket launcher. If he could injure Li Changsheng first and then plunder his body, that would be the best. Aim properly. Dao Yu said and agreed to Long Ju's action. Boy, I will shoot when I count to 3. If you can't dodge, then don't blame me. Long Ju's face was full of ridicule. He regarded Li Changsheng as his prey and wanted to continue to torture him to avenge the time when he was injured by Li Changsheng. Boom. The shotgun's trigger was pulled and it was loaded with shotgun shells. In an instant, Li Changsheng was surrounded. Although this kind of gun's lethality is not as great as a pistol, it has a wide range and makes people unable to dodge. However, Li Changsheng still stood there with a calm expression. When the bullets and iron sand appeared around Li Changsheng, he suddenly waved his hand and pushed forward. Boom! There was a dull sound, followed by the sound of metal clashing. The scattered iron sand scattered under Li Changsheng's palm and fell to the ground. Sparks flew on the surrounding stones. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. Li Changsheng actually blocked the bullet so casually, which made everyone's heart tremble. You dare to pull the trigger on me, then I will send you to hell first. Li Changsheng picked up a stone from the ground and threw it directly in the direction of Long Ju. Swish! The stone flew out with a whistling sound. Long Ju's face turned pale with fright. He didn't expect Li Changsheng to be able to block the bullet and counterattack so quickly. He was far away and thought that Li Changsheng couldn't hurt him. But now, listening to the sound of the wind brought by the stone, he knew that the strength of the stone was not weaker than the bullet. Everyone's face changed, but it was too late to stop it. Puff! Long Ju pulled out his long sword and wanted to block the stone. Unfortunately, the long sword only hit an afterimage. The stone hit him directly on the shoulder and made a bloody hole. His body flew backward. However, this was not the end of it. Li Changsheng once again grabbed a stone and threw it at Long Ju's direction. Boom! Long Ju wanted to run away, but before he could stand firm, he could only watch as the stone grew bigger and bigger in his eyes, and then it pierced through his forehead. Plop! He fell to the ground. Brother Long Ju! Zhu Hong screamed and her eyes were filled with hatred. She shouted, "Fire the cannons and kill him." At this moment, Li Changsheng stomped his foot on the ground and flew up like an eagle, rushing towards Zhu Hong. "Fire the cannons quickly!" Dao Yu was also anxious as he roared. Suddenly, bang 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 bang, more than 10 cannons shrouded Li Changsheng. Dao Yu stared at Li Changsheng's position and clenched his fist. This was his biggest trump card. Every cannonball of the rocket cannons had unpredictable power. He spent a lot of money to buy it. Although killing Li Changsheng would destroy the treasures in the cave, he couldn't care less at this moment. Li Changsheng's horror was beyond his expectation. If I had known, I would have used the rocket cannons at the beginning. Long Ju wouldn't have died. Dao Yu muttered to himself. Long Ju was his son-in-law and a young man he thought highly of. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Chapter 150. Under the explosion of more than 10 artillery shells, Li Changsheng's position was engulfed in raging flames. The largest mushroom cloud rose, and the ground trembled. However, when the mushroom cloud dissipated, Li Changsheng was nowhere to be found. Could it be that he has been blown to pieces? Just as Dao Yu was feeling puzzled, he saw a figure appear like a ghost beside his daughter, Zhu Hong. His face turned pale with fright. "Don't hurt my daughter." Just as Dao Yu's voice sounded, Li Changsheng had already grabbed her neck. Then, with a crack, he killed her and threw her body on the ground. "Fire the artillery! Fire! I want to tear him to pieces!" Dao Yu roared. The other subordinates who hadn't opened fire couldn't care less at this moment. They once again changed their position and pulled the trigger. Bang! There were still a few subordinates around Li Changsheng, but they were all enveloped in the artillery fire. This time, Li Changsheng did not dodge. He just stood there quietly and let the rocket artillery bombard him. "Ha! Li Changsheng, how dare you kill my daughter? I want you to die. I want you to die without a burial place." Dao Yu was already a little deranged. His eyes were bloodshot. As he laughed, tears flowed down his cheeks. Of his 2 daughters, his favorite was his eldest daughter, Zhu Hong, because her personality was the most like his. Although his second daughter was cute, she was too indecisive and too kind. He did not like her. Now, his favorite daughter had died in the hands of Li Changsheng. How could he not go crazy? At this time, the others in the cave residence also came out. When they saw the sky full of artillery fire and the hysterical Dao Yu, they were at a loss at first. However, they soon understood something. It turns out that we all fell for Dao Yu's trap. Fortunately, Li Changsheng came out first and attracted all the fire. Everyone came out just in time to see Li Changsheng covered in artillery fire. They all sighed. "He used his life to help us out." Yang Yulong sighed. He didn't know what he was thinking. He originally wanted to come out and try his best to rope in Li Changsheng, but now it seemed that this powerful young man could not escape death in the end. No one thought that a single person could withstand the power of a rocket launcher. Our Dao Yuzhen is despicable, but he never expected Li Changsheng's existence. Wu Feixiong said in a low, muffled voice. "He dared to scheme against us. When I return to the tribe, I will immediately send troops to suppress the She clan and flatten it." At this moment, The sound of explosions rang out. Li Changsheng was completely engulfed by the cannon fire. Dao Yu's face was still extremely ferocious. I regret it. If I had known earlier, I would have killed him with the rocket launcher as soon as he appeared. That way, my beloved general and my daughter wouldn't have to die. I regret it so much. What you should regret is that you wanted to kill Mr. Li, a cold voice sounded. Liu Chong managed to break free from the ropes on his body because everyone had gone to deal with Li Changsheng. What do you mean? Dao Yu's face froze, a little stunned. Do you think that a mere rocket launcher can deal with Mr. Li? Liu Chong shook his head. Mr. Li's divine power is beyond your imagination. Haha. I don't believe that anyone can withstand a rocket launcher. Dao Yu's face was cold. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened completely, revealing a look of horror. In his line of sight, a figure slowly walked out of the mushroom cloud that filled the sky. Although his clothes were tattered, he seemed to be unscathed. Even if it's a rocket launcher, what can it do to me? Li Changsheng said calmly. In the ears of everyone present, it was no different from a sudden clap of thunder. How arrogant were those words? However, Li Changsheng did it. Yang Yulong, who was feeling sorry for Li Changsheng's death, was also frightened. Even a Carnate Realm martial artist would not be able to withstand a rocket launcher. The others looked as if they had seen a ghost. This was definitely a scene that they would never forget. Go to hell. Li Changsheng took a step forward and his body turned into a shadow. He almost instantly came to Dao Yu's side. Then, in front of everyone's horrified eyes, Li Changsheng directly punched the chief of the She village and sent him flying. Before his body could fall to the ground, it exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the air. He's a demon. The remaining people of the She village were so frightened that they threw away their weapons and turned around to escape from the valley. However, since he had attacked, Li Changsheng would not show any mercy. He reached out and grabbed fist-sized stones from the ground and kept throwing them. Every time he threw a stone, a life would be taken. A few seconds later, the valley was completely silent. All the people of the She village had turned into corpses on the ground, leaving only Arju standing there in a daze. Her eyes were red and her delicate body was trembling. In the end, she couldn't accept the fact and fainted on the ground. The people of the major forces who came out of the cave abode were standing there in fear at the moment. When Li Changsheng looked at them, including Yang Yulong, they all knelt on the ground. The impact of this scene on them was too great. Sir, please spare our lives. The first to speak was Wu Feixiong. He was really scared out of his wits. Originally, in the cave abode, he wanted to attack Li Changsheng several times, but now he really understood how stupid his idea was. Wang Haizhu and Ma Duanshan, who had been seriously injured by Li Changsheng, were even more scared out of their wits. Unexpectedly, Li Changsheng did not pay attention to them at all. Instead, he said to Liu Chong, who was standing there, "From now on, you're free. Your task has been completed." After saying those words, without waiting for Liu Chong's reply, he took a step forward. It was as if the ground beneath his feet had shrunk into an inch. In just a few steps, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Liu Chong shook his head with a complicated expression. He looked at the second miss, Arju, who had fainted there, and finally walked over to carry her. In the past, the She clan and my master had a deep friendship. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have suffered this disaster. But all of this is your own fault. For the sake of the senior's friendship, I'll take you in. Liu Chong muttered to himself as he walked outside. He knew that if he did not save Arju, with the character of the tribesman in Miaojiang, they would definitely hit her when she was down. This kind woman would probably die in the end. It was not until Li Changsheng left for a long time that the people kneeling on the ground dared to get up. On the other side, the woman, Qing Xian, was trembling and looked at Yang Yulong. Yang Yulong saw that she was pitiful and sighed. You don't have to worry too much. I don't think a godly person like Mr. Li will care about you. But you have to remember this lesson. Think twice before you speak or act. On the other side, Master Wang Haizhu saluted Ma Duanshan, the head of the Numbing Corp's stronghold, and said, "Leader, today's incident made me realize that the world is vast. I'm just a frog at the bottom of the well. From today onwards, I will travel the world. After that, he limped out of the valley. Although he walked in a sorry state, there was a sense of floating in the air. Chapter 151. Li Changsheng went back to Chuju City and saw Bai Jinbin at his mansion. Now, Bai Jinbin was the head of the Bai family. Because of the destruction of the Cheng family and the appearance of the sick Kai Yu, Bai Jinbin was given many halos. He was unstoppable and established his position as the #1 person in Chuju City. Sir. When Bai Jinbin saw Li Changsheng, his face was filled with respect. Where is Chen Xue? Did she go back to Qingju City? Li Changsheng sat on the sofa and asked casually. She went abroad. Li Changsheng suddenly looked up. Although Bai Jinbin was the most powerful cultivator in Chuju City, he was still afraid of Chen Fan. He knew very well what kind of power this ordinary-looking young man had. Chen Xue said she didn't want to trouble you. Then, he took out a letter and handed it to Li Changsheng. This is the letter she left for you. She didn't want to trouble me? What do you mean? Li Changsheng opened the letter with a puzzled look. The handwriting was neat and tidy, and there were more than 2,000 words. Between the lines, there was a sense of reluctance to part. After reading the letter, Li Changsheng heaved a sigh of relief. He finally knew why Bai Chenxue chose to study abroad. It was simple. Li Changsheng already had Yu Yuwei, and she didn't know what to do next. Indeed, after everything that had happened, anyone could see that Li Changsheng and Bai Chenxue had developed an inseparable relationship. Sigh. Li Changsheng shook his head and put the letter away. He didn't know how to feel about Bai Chenxue's decision. He had been cultivating for countless years, and only a few women had moved his heart. However, other than the red figure in front of him, he didn't really have a relationship with any other woman. Now that he was reborn, he tried to blend into the life of an ordinary person. He plunged into the world of mortals and finally understood what his master had told him. Emotions were entangled like a cocoon, and it was impossible to break free. However, if one could comprehend the true essence within, then it would be the Tao of great freedom. Li Changsheng had lived for countless years, but he had never been truly free. However, he realized that he was somewhat trapped in this mortal world. I'll return in a year. I think I'll understand my true heart then. Bai Chenxue said at the end of the letter. All right, I'm going back to Qingju. When Chenxue comes back, remember to inform me. Li Changsheng smiled at Bai Jinbin and left the Bai family's villa. Looking at Li Changsheng's back, Bai Jinbin couldn't help but sigh. Love is the most difficult thing to explain. It can't be cut off, and it's messy. He didn't know if his niece had done the right thing, but it was a pity to miss out on such an outstanding young man. When Li Changsheng returned to Qingju, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. When he opened the door to the dormitory, as expected, the 3 guys were not there. He took out the charger from the cupboard and charged his cell phone. When he was in the mountains, his cell phone had been turned off long ago. As soon as he turned it on, he saw countless missed calls and text messages. Jiang Dao called the most, and Yu Yuwei texted the most. After all, Yu Yuwei didn't dare to contact Li Changsheng openly at home. Other than that, there were calls from his student, Liu Juojuo, and his father, Liu Xiong. He thought about how he had been in Chuju City for a few days and then went to Miaojiang. He hadn't tutored Liu Juojuo for a few weeks. He immediately called Jiang Dao and told him that he had returned to Chuju City. Jiang Dao said that he was playing at an internet cafe and asked Li Changsheng if he wanted to go. Li Changsheng replied that he wasn't free. Then he sent a text message to Yu Yuwei. If he guessed correctly, Yu Yuwei should be studying in the evening at this time. However, Yu Yuwei soon replied to his message. Li Changsheng was surprised by Yu Yuwei's reply speed. He could imagine how anxious she must have been after he lost contact with her for a few days. He then called Liu Xiong and explained the whole story. Li Changsheng was finally able to relax. He looked at the cell phone on his bed and suddenly smiled. In the vast world of people, there was finally someone who cared about his existence. This was a feeling that he had never experienced before. At the entrance of Greenvine High School, Li Changsheng leaned against a white poplar tree by the roadside. He lit a cigarette and smoked silently. Along with the sound of the bell ringing, a burst of noise came from the school. Suddenly, a petite figure ran to the door. When she saw Li Changsheng standing there, her eyes turned red. She had searched for him thousands of times, but when she looked back, he was standing in the dim light. At this moment, Yu Yuwei was the beauty in the dim light. Li Changsheng threw the half-smoked cigarette on the ground and stamped it out. Then he walked to her and hugged her slowly. Yu Yuwei gasped for breath. She held his waist and cried, "Promise me, you can't turn off your phone again. You can't not contact me for such a long time." This was the first time she acted like a spoiled child. Unconsciously, Li Changsheng had become her support. "Don't worry. Don't you know your husband's strength? You don't have to worry at all." Li Changsheng patted Yu Yuwei's back and said, "Let's go. I'll take you home." She nodded solemnly. The two walked all the way from the bustling street to the dilapidated alley. Li Changsheng smiled all the way, while Yu Yuwei was full of happiness. "I disappeared for a long time this time. As compensation, I'll book a presidential suite at the Hilton Hotel tomorrow. I'll let you have me." Yu Yuwei was stunned at first, but then she reacted. Her face turned red as she glared at Li Changsheng. "What? You're looking at me so lovingly. Don't tell me you want to take advantage of me when there's no one around. You wish." She snorted. He walked Yu Yuwei all the way to her house. When he knocked on the door, Yu Yuwei's mother saw Li Changsheng next to her. She didn't say anything and just politely invited Li Changsheng into the house. Li Changsheng didn't say anything. At this moment, the door opposite suddenly opened and a young boy walked out. "Sister Yuwei, I have a question to ask you." His voice suddenly stopped abruptly. The boy looked at Li Changsheng, who was holding Yu Yuwei's hand, and his eyes were a little stunned. Then he reacted and smiled. "I suddenly thought of a solution. I'll go back first." The moment he turned around, there was obviously a huge disappointment in his eyes. Li Changsheng smiled and said goodbye to Yu Yuwei's mother. He walked downstairs and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect there to be a little love rival living opposite her house." Li Changsheng leaned against the door of the corridor, lit a cigarette, and smoked silently. A few minutes later, a figure flashed out from behind the corridor. Although it was night and the light was dim, Li Changsheng could still see that the boy's eyes were a little red. It was obvious that he had just cried. The boy was clearly stunned when he saw Li Changsheng leaning against the door of the corridor. He was holding a wooden stick in his hand and his young face had a hint of fierceness. "What, you want to ambush me with a wooden stick?" Li Changsheng smiled, but there was a faint coldness on his face. Children at this age were the most impulsive and did not consider the consequences. Li Changsheng could naturally tell that this boy liked Yu Yuwei, but he did not expect him to have such thoughts. Yu Yuwei said that the boy opposite her was a child with good morals and good grades. When she talked about him, there was no lack of love for her younger brother. Now that he was holding a stick, Li Changsheng suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Sometimes, behind the good morals and good grades could be a twisted devil's soul. Looking at Li Changsheng, the boy seemed to be a little scared, but he quickly tightened his grip on the stick with a fierce look on his face. "You, swear to stay away from Sister Yuwei in the future, do you hear me?" he said fiercely like a devil. "What if I say no?" Li Changsheng threw the cigarette butt in his mouth to the ground with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. "If you don't, I'll kill you." As he said that, he swung the stick in his hand and used all his strength to hit Li Changsheng's forehead. Bang! With a dull sound, Li Changsheng was hit and fell to the ground weakly. The boy did not seem to expect Li Changsheng to be so weak. He was stunned, but then he threw the stick on the ground and took out a fruit knife. His eyes were a little ferocious as he stabbed Li Changsheng's chest. "You're really ruthless." A cold voice sounded. The boy looked up and saw that Li Changsheng had opened his eyes, but he did not stop. Instead, he roared, "Go to hell." He held the dagger with both hands and stabbed it fiercely. Chapter 152. Crash. The fruit knife cut through Li Changsheng's clothes, but it could no longer pierce through. The boy's eyes turned red. He raised the knife and stabbed down again. However, his skin made a sound of metal clashing. After trying 3 times, The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. Did it feel good? Do you want to change positions? Li Changsheng smiled faintly. The fruit knife in the boy's hand fell to the ground. He screamed, "How is this possible? How is it possible that the knife can't pierce through your body?" Li Changsheng had a playful look in his eyes. "I deliberately got knocked down by your stick to see how ruthless you can be. I didn't expect you to be so crazy." The boy's face was filled with horror. "How is this possible? You're not human. You're a ghost." With that, he turned around and tried to escape. However, just as he took a step, he bumped into Li Changsheng's body. He turned pale with fright and ran in another direction. Li Changsheng's figure appeared again and blocked his way. After trying a few times, he finally despaired and sat on the ground with a thud. His face was filled with horror. "Ghost!" he shouted loudly. "I'm not a ghost. The real ghost is you. A human's heart is like a ghost." Li Changsheng shook his head. "Just because you saw me holding hands with you Yue, you can kill me. Is this what you call a good kid with good character and academics? I was wrong. I was wrong. Please let me go." The boy's face was covered in tears. He looked pitiful. "Let you go? Why didn't you think so when you stabbed me?" Li Changsheng shook his head and gently pointed his finger. A transparent beam of light shot into the boy's forehead. The boy's eyes rolled back and he fell to the ground softly. If he had stabbed a normal person instead of Li Changsheng today, he would not have to bear the legal responsibility because of his age. Therefore, Li Changsheng could only use his unique method to give him the punishment he deserved. When he woke up tomorrow, he would become an idiot. This was a different kind of death. Li Changsheng shook his head and left the neighborhood where Yu Yue lived. The saying that a man's heart was like a ghost was absolutely right. Today's events had given him a new understanding of the world of mortals. Today was Saturday. Li Changsheng went to tutor Liu Juojuo the next day. As soon as he entered, he saw a woman in a cheongsam standing by the window making a phone call. The woman was about 27 or 28 years old. She was born noble and elegant. In terms of appearance, she did not belong to the school belle by Chenxue, but she had a more elegant temperament. From the first time he saw her, Li Changsheng thought of the Eastern Palace Empress, the mother of the feudal dynasty. She was graceful and noble. It was very strange that such a young girl would have such a temperament. Seeing a young man suddenly barge in, the woman seemed a little strange. When Liu Juojuo walked down the stairs and greeted Li Changsheng, the other party smiled in relief. After hanging up the phone, she took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, I'm Duoduo's aunt, Nangong Jingmeng." "Nangong." Li Changsheng's face showed a bit of contemplation. Double surnames were very rare in life, especially the aura on the other party that did not belong to her age group. He could not help but think, could it be an ancient family? "Hello, my name is Li Changsheng." Li Changsheng reached out and shook the other party's hand gently. The other party's fingers were soft and boneless, very delicate. Of course, this was only a momentary feeling. "I always hear Juojuo mention you. You talk to him. I'll go upstairs and not disturb you." With that, he smiled and walked upstairs. From the beginning to the end, she had a smile on her face, giving people a sense of tranquility and indifference. But even if she did not show any attitude, that kind of aura was real. If this was in the ancient times, she would be the mother of the world. Li Changsheng could be considered to have seen countless people, but for the first time, he could not see through a woman. This kind of woman had a natural charm that made men surrender. She was gentle and elegant, quiet and dignified. It seemed that all the classical words of praise could be used on her. Not simple. Not simple. Li Changsheng muttered to himself. His so-called tutoring job was just to instill some education ideas in Liu Juojuo. Of course, Li Changsheng was not proficient in these, and even knew a little. However, the previous dozen or so tutors of Liu Juojuo were proficient in this, but it was useless for this devil incarnate. After Li Changsheng's simple and violent fist fight, even if he farted, Liu Juojuo would treat it as a golden rule. "Brother Li disappeared for so long, where did you go? I missed you so much these days. Don't be so mushy." Li Changsheng rolled his eyes at him. I've been your tutor for so long, so I have to teach you something. Do you have any interests or hobbies? Yes, Brother Li, I want to learn martial arts. Liu Duoduo said loudly. Brother Li, you don't know. Because of you, my prestige in the circle has increased. You don't know how much they worship you. A few days ago, they even asked me if they could take you out to play. In the past, there were a few guys who didn't get along with me, but now when they see me, they are all obedient. Liu Duoduo seemed a little excited. Li Changsheng's great power in the boxing competition was not known to others, but Yang Xiaowei saw it with his own eyes. Although he did not dare to reveal Li Changsheng's true identity without Li Changsheng's permission, his attitude toward Liu Duoduo and the words he inadvertently revealed gave Li Changsheng a mysterious aura. Let's go play together when you have time. Looking at Liu Duoduo's expectant eyes, Li Changsheng smiled slightly. That's great. Liu Duoduo said excitedly. As for you wanting to learn martial arts, your body can't do it. From today onwards, get up every morning and run 20 to 30 laps around the school field. You don't have to run so much at once. You can gradually increase. When you run 20 laps without panting, I'll officially teach you martial arts. Although it won't make you a peerless master, it won't be a problem for you to beat all the opponents in your small middle school. Thank you, Brother Li. Well, since there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Tell your father that I won't be tutoring in the future. You've been a lot more obedient recently. I feel guilty for taking this salary. Liu Duoduo's face showed some reluctance. Don't worry, even if I don't tutor you, I won't go back on my words. Besides, we're still friends. The word friends made Liu Duoduo a little excited. He nodded heavily. After Li Changsheng left, Nangong Jingmeng came down from the second floor. Your tutor is a bit interesting. Nangong Jingmeng smiled. Liu Duoduo was obviously a little afraid of this aunt. After all, even Li Changsheng felt that she had a strong aura, let alone an 18-year-old boy. Aunt, Brother Li is really powerful. He's very strong. So strong that he beat you up on the first day of tutoring, right? Nangong Jingmeng's face showed some playfulness. Liu Duoduo had an awkward expression. Anyway, you can date Li Changsheng, but you have to be careful. It's hard to know what's in a person's heart. He's right about learning martial arts. Keep running every day. Your body is too weak right now. You can't stand the torment. All right, go play. I have something to talk to your dad about. Your dad should be back soon. Nangong Jingmeng looked at his watch and sat down on the sofa. After Liu Duoduo went upstairs, he muttered to himself, I don't see anything special about this young man. Brother-in-law recommended him to me. It seems that I need to observe him more. Chapter 153. After returning from Liu Duoduo's house, he went to Greenvine Middle School to meet up with Yu Yuwei to go shopping. Yu Yuwei sighed along the way. The little boy opposite her was a pretty good kid, so why did he suddenly go crazy? Li Changsheng smiled and said, some kids might look bright on the surface, but they might have a heavy heart and be under a lot of pressure. In the end, they couldn't bear the pressure and had a mental breakdown. It's not like there haven't been such cases in the news. Yu Yuwei sighed, such a good kid, what a pity. Li Changsheng smiled and didn't say anything. Behind such a good kid, there might be a devil-like soul. Yu Yuwei's family had always been relatively poor, so she was used to being frugal. When she went shopping with Li Changsheng, she never bought anything. It seemed that as long as she was by Li Changsheng's side, it was her greatest happiness. At 5 in the afternoon, Li Changsheng sent Yu Yuwei to her house and didn't go up. Yu Yuwei's parents were clearly against Yu Yuwei and Li Changsheng being together. There were many things that Yu Yuwei didn't need to say. When Li Changsheng sent Yu Yuwei home last time, he could already tell from her father's cold eyes. When he returned to school, he originally planned to go to the internet cafe to look for Jiang Dao and the others and look up some information. However, he received a call from Chen Ligua, saying that he had something to tell him. Chen Ligua wasn't clear about the relationship between Li Changsheng and Chu Yaotian, but he should have guessed something from Chu Yaotian's words and treated Li Changsheng more politely. When Li Changsheng walked into the principal's office, Chen Ligua was looking at a document. When he saw Li Changsheng come in, he hurriedly stood up. If an outsider were to see the principal of a university treating a student like this, their jaws would drop to the ground in shock. However, the two of them were used to it and didn't feel anything strange. Mr. Li, the combat team you're in charge of will be participating in a national combat competition next month. This is also the reason why the school hired a coach from outside the school. I have some information on the members of various high school combat teams participating in the competition, as well as the history of the competition. Chen Ligua pointed at a stack of documents on the table. Li Changsheng picked it up and casually flipped through a few pages. He found that this tournament had been held for 10 years, and every year, there would be a number of fighting experts emerging. Chen Ligua had asked him to come here to give him the information so that he could understand the competition and his opponents. This was so that the combat team could obtain a better ranking. For Qingju University, this competition might just be one of the countless activities, but for Wei Yihu, Wang Dongsheng, and Jin Wenwen, it was absolutely significant. As the coach of the combat team, Li Changsheng's biggest task was to get them a good ranking in the competition. Of course, from Li Changsheng's point of view, it wasn't his style if his students didn't take the top 3 places. Just as Li Changsheng took the information and was about to leave, the office door was pushed open and a beautiful woman walked in. When she saw Li Changsheng, she was stunned. Even Li Changsheng's face showed some surprise. It was the daughter of the principal of Greenvine High School, and also the #1 goddess of Qingju University, the great beauty Wu Xiaowan. Xiaowan, you're here? This is Coach Li Changsheng. He's also a student of Qingju University. Chen Ligua introduced him to Wu Xiaowan. In front of others, he obviously couldn't be as humble as he was to Li Changsheng in private. However, even if he tried to hide it, the slight difference in his attitude was still very obvious to Wu Xiaowan, who was familiar with him. Wu Xiaowan looked at Li Changsheng a few more times in surprise. To be able to receive such high praise from her father and have a close relationship with Chen Ligua, she was more and more curious about this ordinary-looking young man. "Oh right, Xiaowan, why are you looking for me?" "It's about my dad coming to the university to give a speech." Wu Xiaowan took out a stack of papers from her bag and put it on the table. "This is the content of my dad's speech. Let me bring it over for you to take a look." "Okay." Chen Ligua nodded. Li Changsheng didn't walk far after leaving the office when the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind. It was Wu Xiaowan who caught up with him. Wu Xiaowan was wearing sportswear today. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail and she skipped as she walked. "Student Li, I didn't expect you to be the coach of the combat team. You're really good at hiding your strength." Wu Xiaowan took the initiative to greet him. This goddess who was pursued by countless students in the school. If others saw her taking the initiative to greet a student, who knows how many people would be envious and jealous of her. However, she had something to ask of Li Changsheng. "What's the matter?" Li Changsheng stopped in his tracks. His face showed some doubt. "After you went out just now, Headmaster Chen told me that your combat skills are very good. There's something I need your help with. Do you have time?" Wu Xiaowan and Li Changsheng walked side by side. "I can pay you for it," she added. "What's the matter?" Li Changsheng didn't rush to refuse. Instead, he was a little curious. She was such a beautiful woman. What use would she have for him? Could it be that she wanted him to be her bodyguard? Just as this thought arose, he heard Wu Xiaowan say, "One of my family members has a strange disease and needs a kind of herb. However, that herb is very rare. I looked up a lot of information on the internet and found out that it can only be found in a place called Medicine King Valley 200 miles away from Qingju. However, many posts on the internet described that the people in that place are very strange. I don't dare to go alone, so I want you to go with me. Today is Saturday, so we'll leave now. We should be able to return before class starts on Monday." After saying that, Wu Xiaowan looked at Li Changsheng with a face full of expectation. "Don't you have a boyfriend? Why don't you let him go with you?" Li Changsheng asked back. "He's busy with work. Recently, he's discussing a project. I don't want to disturb him. Moreover, he doesn't know how to fight. Even if he goes with me, it's useless." "Okay." Li Changsheng nodded. Then I'll go with you. I have nothing to do anyway. She didn't expect Li Changsheng to agree so easily. Wu Xiaowan's face suddenly lit up. Then I'll go and prepare. We'll leave in an hour. Okay. Li Changsheng didn't talk nonsense. After parting with Wu Xiaowan, he went back to the dormitory to take 2 clothes and waited at the school gate. The reason why Li Changsheng agreed to go with her wasn't because he wanted to earn some reward, nor was it because Wu Xiaowan was a beauty that he was willing to squeeze out his time. It was because the place Wu Xiaowan mentioned made Li Changsheng suddenly remember that the last time he woke up, he came into contact with a force that specialized in alchemy for a living. Li Changsheng didn't know if the Medicine King Valley that Wu Xiaowan mentioned was the same as the one in his memory. If it was the same, then Li Changsheng just happened to have something to ask from them. It was something that their old valley master owed him. If it wasn't, then he would just treat it as a vacation. Chapter 154. Wu Xiaowan's car is a silver Audi. When she picked up Li Changsheng and drove all the way out of the campus, even she was wondering why she suddenly decided to let Li Changsheng be her bodyguard and companion. Originally, she planned to hire someone from the bodyguard company. Perhaps because Li Changsheng looks both harmless and proficient in fighting, he gives her a so-called sense of security. What kind of existence is Medicine King Valley? Li Changsheng sat in the front passenger seat and asked casually as he closed his eyes to rest. Medicine King Valley is a place name where a large number of medicinal transactions take place every day. Medicinal merchants from all over the country gather there. Basically, medicinal herbs that can't be bought on the market can be found there. But at the same time, because there are too many people gathered there are dragons and snakes mixed together. Some bad things often happen in recent years. Every 15th day of the lunar calendar is the biggest market there. It happens to be tomorrow. For 3 consecutive days, it's very lively. Wu Xiaowan said. Li Changsheng nodded and no longer spoke. He was silent all the way. Along the way, Wu Xiaowan secretly observed him and found that this guy didn't seem to have the slightest difference from beginning to end in front of this delicate beauty. She felt that he was different from ordinary people. Along the way, Wu Xiaowan's driving speed was not slow. In less than 2 hours, they had already arrived at their destination. Wu Xiaowan had booked a room in the hotel in advance, a presidential suite of 30,000 yuan a night. Li Changsheng lived next door to her. As a bodyguard, Li Changsheng and Wu Xiaowan stayed in the same room before going to bed. Probably because she felt that the atmosphere between the two was a little awkward, Wu Xiaowan proposed to play a game of King's Glory with Li Changsheng. As a recently popular game in the country, although Li Changsheng hasn't played it, several roommates play it every day with relish. With a few glances, he understood the key points of operation, so he nodded and agreed. In the beginning, Li Changsheng was always giving away his life, but after playing less than 4 games, he got rid of his newbie status. He jumped over the tower and killed, snatched the dragon, and snatched the kill. He was having so much fun that Wu Xiaowan, who was originally full of confidence, was dumbfounded. She thought, this guy can't be pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, and deceived me from the beginning, right? Is this really your first time playing this game? Wu Xiaowan stared fixedly at Li Changsheng, her face full of doubt. Originally, she wanted to play a game with Li Changsheng. With such a noob, other than killing time, she would only be abused. Who would have thought that Li Changsheng would become so confident and elegant after just a few rounds? He was not inferior to her, the national server's Angela. In the next few rounds, Li Changsheng became more and more proficient. Even when Wu Xiaowan planned to sit down and rest her eyes, Li Changsheng led the entire audience. After careful observation, Wu Xiaowan realized that Li Changsheng's hand gestures were so good that they dazzled her. Especially his grasp of the opportunity, it was even more terrifying to the extreme, without any mistake. This guy is really scary. Wu Xiaowan shook her head. She couldn't help but ask to play a game with Li Changsheng one-on-one. As a result, she, who was always victorious, was beaten to a pulp. She was abused so badly that it was unbearable to look at. Finally, she sighed, put away her phone, turned on the computer, and played Go out of boredom. Her father was an expert in Go. She was influenced by him since she was a child and signed up for the Go hobby class. Although her talent in this area was average, practice makes perfect. She could barely be called an expert among amateurs. Wild Fox Go, logged in. The online name was Sunshine. After playing a few more games alone, Li Changsheng looked up and saw Wu Xiaowan's online game. It could be said to be extremely intense. However, in terms of Go level, it could only be described as unbearable. Seemingly aware of the contempt in Li Changsheng's eyes, Wu Xiaowan couldn't help but curl her lips. The opponent is too strong. I'm afraid I'll lose this game. Do you have any good ideas? Why don't you play? As he spoke, he left the swivel chair and made a gesture of invitation. Wu Xiaowan asked Li Changsheng to play. It was not that she really wanted Li Changsheng to turn the tide, but she always felt that Li Changsheng seemed to look down on her Go skills. She wanted to see how far Li Changsheng could play if she let him play. There was no lack of anger in it. Okay. Li Changsheng didn't say much. He walked to the swivel chair and sat down. Then, he straightened his back. In an instant, he sat like an old monk, and a calm aura spread out. Wu Xiaowan's eyes showed some doubts. She always felt that Li Changsheng, who was sitting in the chair with no distractions at this moment, seemed to have changed into a different person. He was no longer the ordinary person just now. He was more like a general on the battlefield, calm in the face of danger, strategizing, and deciding the victory from 1,000 miles away. Although Wu Xiaowan was in a disadvantageous position in the game just now, Li Changsheng turned the situation around in an instant after playing a few pieces in a row. In the end, he swept away all obstacles and won the game in one fell swoop. To Li Changsheng, the other party was too weak, so he couldn't arouse any interest. If it weren't out of respect for Go, he felt that he could beat the opponent with his eyes closed. He didn't expect that Li Changsheng could really turn the tide. Wu Xiaowan saw Li Changsheng's way of playing Go and understood why her father, who had never praised anyone, praised Li Changsheng so much. Regardless of appearance, body, and temperament, Li Changsheng was absolutely top-notch in terms of Go skills. She looked at her watch. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. The sky was already slightly dark. It's time for dinner. Wu Xiaowan got up and stretched. The exquisite curves of her body were completely presented in front of Li Changsheng's eyes. Teacher, the button on your collar is unbuttoned. Li Changsheng kindly reminded her. Wu Xiaowan glared at him. Don't lie to me. This is a joke on the internet. Don't think I don't know. Li Changsheng shook his head. Another one is unbuttoned. This time, Wu Xiaowan heard a soft click sound in her ear. She lowered her head and hurriedly covered her clothes and buttoned her back. When she turned around, her face was red. She looked at Li Changsheng with some anger in her eyes. She remembered that when Li Changsheng said that her button was unbuttoned, his eyes were fixed on her without any intention of avoidance. Humph! She snorted softly and took the lead to walk out of the room. This hotel integrated dining and accommodation. She took the elevator directly to the first floor and walked for 2 minutes to the dining hall. At this moment, there were already many people in the hall. Wu Xiaowan, because of her outstanding appearance, easily attracted people's attention wherever she went. Li Changsheng, who walked with her, was also inevitably noticed by many eyes. Wu Xiaowan was beautiful, and with the unique scholarly temperament of a teacher, the number of people who turned their heads was shockingly high. As for Li Changsheng's ordinary appearance, it was inevitable that people would feel that flowers were stuck in cow dung. The two of them were silent all the way. Finally, Wu Xiaowan couldn't help but break the ice. Have you been professionally trained in Go? Li Changsheng shook his head. No, I'm self-taught. At this time, the two of them had walked to the window and sat down. Wu Xiaowan began to call the waiter to order. Then what level do you think you are now in the entire Go industry? This was the question that Wu Xiaowan was really curious about. Because she always thought that she could be called a master in her spare time, but compared with Li Changsheng, she was simply a small child in the presence of a great master. In the entire Go industry, I should be regarded as the Go sage. Li Changsheng chuckled. His appearance was simple and honest, but the words that came out of his mouth made people speechless. Wu Xiaowan, who was flipping through the menu, paused on the spot. She looked up at Li Changsheng in amazement, as if she was looking at a monster. You really dare to say that? A cold voice came, but it was a man and a woman who happened to pass by. The one who spoke was the woman holding the man's arm. She was dressed fashionably and looked beautiful, but the way she looked at Li Changsheng was clearly disdainful and mocking. Chapter 155. I'm sorry, my sister is a straightforward person. The man hurriedly explained, but his eyes were fixed on Wu Xiaowan's face. It was obvious that Wu Xiaowan's appearance had stunned him. Brother, this guy looks like a country bumpkin, bragging all the time. What chess saint? He really dares to talk about go in front of you. Isn't that just showing off in front of Guan Yu? The girl whined, looking at Li Changsheng with a look of disdain. Xiaorong. The man scolded, but it didn't have any effect on the girl next to him. I'm really sorry, my sister has been spoiled by the family. The man apologized again. I presume the two of you are also here to attend the gathering in Medicine King Valley. As an apology, I'll treat you to this meal. No need. Wu Xiaowan quickly shook her head and refused the man's offer to treat her to a meal. Li Changsheng looked as if it had nothing to do with him. The other party clearly saw Wu Xiaowan's beauty and wanted to get to know her. Even a 3-year-old child could see that. Please, of course I'll treat you. The man insisted. My name is Xing Zhao, and this is my sister, Xing Rong. May I know your names? Wu Xiaowan, this is my bodyguard and friend, Li Changsheng. Hello. Hearing that Li Changsheng was not Wu Xiaowan's boyfriend, Xing Zhao's eyes showed a hint of joy. He was gentle, elegant, and witty. He quickly got to know Wu Xiaowan, sat down next to them, and said that he would treat them to a meal. His sister, Xing Rong, sat next to Li Changsheng and looked at Li Changsheng coldly. Through the conversation, they learned that Xing Zhao was a professional Go player. It was no wonder that when Li Changsheng said that he was comparable to the chess saint, his sister made that expression. Even Wu Xiaowan felt that Li Changsheng was somewhat embarrassed. Bragging in front of a professional Go player was tantamount to being slapped in the face on the spot. Only Li Changsheng himself was oblivious. There was a huge difference between a professional Go player and an amateur Go player. However, Li Changsheng had once defeated the famous Go saint Wang Can in the past. It was not an exaggeration to say that his Go skills were at the peak of perfection. Naturally, he did not feel much about the other party's identity as a professional Go player. After the meal, even Wu Xiaowan had a whole new level of respect for Xing Zhao with his outstanding eloquence and social skills. His sister, Xing Rong, was still not interested in Li Changsheng. Some people seemed to have conflicting personalities. When they returned to their accommodation, Xing Zhao took the initiative to suggest that they play poker together. Li Changsheng shook his head and said that he didn't know how to do it. Beside him, Xing Rong coldly replied, "Country bumpkin." Then, Xing Zhao suggested, "Let's play fight the landlord." Wu Xiaowan was afraid that Xing Rong would hurt Li Changsheng's self-esteem when she ridiculed Li Changsheng several times. She originally wanted to refuse, but Xing Zhao was one step ahead of her to pay for the meal. Moreover, Xing Zhao was not an annoying person. In the end, she could only helplessly look at Li Changsheng and sit together to play poker. The three of them played Fight the Landlord fervently while Li Changsheng stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the night sky outside. The Medicine King Valley was actually just a place name. However, Li Changsheng had a premonition that this Medicine King Valley was definitely related to that sect. Back then, that sect was also active in this area. Moreover, before the last hibernation, there was no place called the Medicine King Valley near Qingju. You with the surname Li, aren't you known as the Go Saint? Do you dare to play a game with my brother? The three of them were a little tired from playing Fight the Landlord. As soon as they stopped to rest, Xing Rong clamored at Li Changsheng. Wu Xiaowan hurriedly stopped her and said, "Li Changsheng is just an amateur player. It's not a problem for him to beat a rookie like me. But how can he beat a professional player like Xing Zhao?" Along the way, Xing Rong found Li Changsheng to be an eyesore. If he were to be dealt with in Go, Wu Xiaowan was afraid that it would hurt Li Changsheng. Someone claims to be the Go Saint. Why is he mute now? Xing Rong coldly snorted and said. He's afraid that he will lose too miserably and be too ashamed to show his face. Li Changsheng just stopped thinking and turned to look at Xingrong, who was like a proud little peacock. He could not help but chuckle and said, "I'm afraid that your brother will lose too miserably and be too ashamed to show his face." This sentence immediately caused the smell of gunpowder in the air to rise. As a professional Go player, Xing Zhao's Go skills were naturally not comparable to ordinary amateur Go players. Even Wu Xiaowan felt that Li Changsheng's words were a bit arrogant. It seems that little brother Li Changsheng is very confident in his Go skills. Xing Zhao raised his eyebrows. His sister had mocked Li Changsheng along the way. Although he sometimes scolded her, he still did not take it seriously. But now, Li Changsheng's reply made him very uncomfortable, and there was a bit of hostility in his eyes. "I'm not confident. It's just that my strength doesn't allow me to keep a low profile." When Li Changsheng's words came out, the eyes of the three people in the room turned to look at him with surprise. How did this young man, who had been mocked by Xingrong all the way and did not speak much, suddenly show his edge? But they did not know that in Li Changsheng's eyes, Wu Xiaowan, Xing Zhao, and his sister were just ordinary people. He had the mentality of a dragon looking at ants. At first, he did not care about the ants under his feet, but now he suddenly had the intention to tease them. That was all. "Then let's play a game online." Xing Zhao was also angry. Although he had a smile on his face, it was clear that his smile was somewhat cold. "Okay." Li Changsheng nodded and looked at Wu Xiaowan. "Log in with your account." "I don't have an account online." When these words came out, Wu Xiaowan could not help but roll her eyes. In addition to professional games, even professional players would generally play online to improve their strength. Not only could they enjoy the pleasure of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, but they could also find a similar opponent. After all, it was too difficult to find someone who liked to play Go in real life. Li Changsheng did not even have an account online. If Wu Xiaowan had not seen Li Changsheng's Go skills and found that he was indeed much better than her, she would have suspected that Li Changsheng was just a guy who had learned a little and thought that he could compete with a master. Xingrong sneered and looked at Li Changsheng as if she was watching a joke. She seemed to have already seen the scene of Li Changsheng being utterly defeated. Xing Zhao said that he had an account on Coolbreeze, but he heard that Wu Xiaowan often played Go on Wild Fox, so he said that he also had an alternate account on Wild Fox that he had not used in a long time. When Wu Xiaowan logged in and successfully matched with the other party, she saw that the other party had actually reached level 9. If an alternate account was level 9, then how awesome would the main account be? Wu Xiaowan could not help but be secretly speechless. She thought to herself, Li Changsheng really kicked an iron plate this time. An amateur player against a professional Go player was really looking for a beating. Chapter 156. Li Changsheng did not understand what it meant to be a level 9 wild fox. In his era, there was no such thing as the internet, and he did not know about Wild Fox, Coolbreeze, or Cheng, these famous online battle platforms. But even if the opponent was level 19, Li Changsheng did not care. The term national master was used to describe top-class Go players in ancient times, and Li Changsheng had defeated many national masters, so he was called the hidden sage of the Go world. Every time he made a move, he was very low-key, and no one knew of his existence. Only a few people in the circle knew of his existence. Li Changsheng sat in front of Wu Xiaowan's computer, and the moment he sat down, he entered a tranquil state. Wu Xiaowan stood behind Xing Zhao. As an amateur Go enthusiast, she loved Go very much and hoped to learn something from this professional player. Xing Zhao's sister, Xingrong, stood behind Li Changsheng and watched. She was extremely confident in her brother's Go skills and was not worried at all, so she wanted to see Li Changsheng's expression when he was completely oppressed. Opening. Li Changsheng played black first. This was a very normal opening. He didn't rush forward recklessly. Even though he was neutral, he played steadily and surely. Xing Zhao, on the other hand, showed a fierce stance from the very beginning. Perhaps to him, an amateur Go player was not worth his attention. Moreover, other than in a professional match, he enjoyed the carefree feeling of moving unhindered. When a professional player faced off against an amateur player, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. After many online matches, Some of Xing Zhao's opponents even deleted their accounts and never played Go again. They had suffered too much of a blow that was beyond what they could bear. The Go field was like a battlefield. That kind of pressure was something that many people who did not know Go could not understand. Li Changsheng's opening was very ordinary, and Xing Zhao felt that victory was in his grasp. 10 minutes later, Xing Zhao had completely opened up the game. Seeing that victory was in sight, Xing Rong behind him was even more pleased with herself. But in the next moment, the victory that Xing Zhao thought was certain to be won started to deviate bit by bit. In the end, it was like a million-man army had barged into a bewildering array. They were dizzy and disoriented, and their initial advantage was exhausted. How could it be like this? This time, Xing Zhao could not help but frown. His opponent's seemingly ordinary play seemed to be able to see through its essence, but in the later stages, he actually felt like a fly landing on a spider's web. With Xing Zhao's insight as a professional player, he could naturally see that Li Changsheng's words were not completely bragging. At the very least, he could not see through this Go game, or understand it. In the next 10 minutes, Xing Zhao charged. In every way, he was defeated. Xing Rong, who had been waiting to see Li Changsheng make a fool of himself, had an extremely ugly expression. As for Wu Xiaoan, who had always been eager to learn from Xing Zhao, who had initially thought that he was a great general, her mouth was slightly agape, and her face was filled with disbelief. He had lost in such a baffling manner. Xing Zhao looked at the densely packed chessboard, and the first thought that came to his mind was to cut his flesh with a blunt knife. His opponent did not have a fierce aura from beginning to end, nor did he have a brilliant finishing touch, but it was his extremely orthodox playing style that made Xing Zhao, a professional Go player, suffer a crushing defeat. Xing Rong let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat sullen. He felt that he had underestimated his opponent, so he mustered up 120% of his energy and asked for another game. The result was the same. Li Changsheng was still as steady as before, like a ball of cotton. No matter how strong your fist was, it was futile. In the end, Xing Zhao lost again. This time, even the stupidest person could see that Li Changsheng was not a mediocre person, but someone who truly had extraordinary ability in Go. Wu Xiaowan's thoughts were complicated. If she had known earlier, she would have stood behind Li Changsheng and studied. A professional boxer was not necessarily better than an amateur. Again. Xing Zhao took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, his little finger constantly trembling. His sister, Xing Rong, who was familiar with him, knew that this time, her brother was really nervous. After losing 2 games in a row, if he could not save face in the last game, then the image he had built in front of Wu Xiaowan would be mostly ruined. The last 2 games were just warm-ups. I'm going to play for real this time. Xing Zhao pretended to be relaxed as he spoke. Li Changsheng just curled his lips. It's good that you don't admit defeat, but if you don't admit defeat, then you're somewhat despicable. This time, Xing Zhao took the black piece and went first, showing an aggressive attitude from the start. As a professional boxer, he loved to play Go online because he could throw away the burden of winning and losing and enjoy the pleasure of killing freely. Because Xing Zhao's style of playing Go was too fierce, he was given the nickname Great White Shark on Cool Breeze. On Cool Breeze, Xing Zhao's rank was 12th Dan, which was already very high. This time, he made up his mind to end the match quickly. He absolutely could not give Li Changsheng a chance to catch his breath. He could not let it be like the last 2 matches, where he was led by the nose by Li Changsheng's various tricks and finally lost inexplicably. This time, Xing Zhao's Go speed was like a storm at the beginning. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. His level was indeed very high. In the last 2 games, he had indeed looked down on Li Changsheng. In this game, he wanted to win back the game. Obviously, he had put in 120% of his effort. Li Changsheng rubbed his temples. Next to him, Xing Rong thought that Li Changsheng was frightened by her brother's momentum and showed some pride. However, she saw that Li Changsheng's style of playing Go suddenly changed. He lost his gentleness and became decisive and murderous, which was completely different from the previous 2 games. His Go pieces fell like rain and thunder like war drums, rampaging and murderous. Every time Li Changsheng placed a piece, it would shock the heavens and make the gods weep. When the last Go piece fell, Xing Zhao's camp was in a mess, with countless casualties. In an instant, Xing Zhaosheng felt as if he was about to be defeated. Cold sweat appeared on his head, and he bit his lips tightly. His face turned pale. He wiped the sweat on his head and slumped in the chair as if all his strength had been drained. His heart was pounding. For many years, he had been learning Go since he was a child. He had come to this point and played with many international masters, but he had never been so frightened like today. Xing Zhao looked at the densely packed Go board on the computer. He was like a general who had been captured by failure. The more he looked, the more he felt bloody. The Go board was like a battlefield. Looking at the figure sitting there quietly, Xing Zhao slowly stood up and bowed deeply to Li Changsheng. There was a seniority in learning Dao, and the one who reached the top was the teacher. There was no doubt that Li Changsheng's Go skills had surpassed his by too much. "You are indeed worthy of the title of Go Saint," Xing Zhao said. Next to him, Wu Xiaowan and Xing Rong were completely stunned. Li Changsheng just nodded slightly. "I have always been." Chapter 157. Before, when Li Changsheng said that he was the chess saint, he was ridiculed. Now, although his words were arrogant, none of the three people present had any doubts. The three of them were all people who knew Go, so they naturally understood how terrifying Li Changsheng's last game was. Li Changsheng patted his clothes and sat up from the chair. He was not surprised to see Wu Xiaowan and the other two's stunned expressions. Especially Xing Rong, who was gnashing her teeth in hatred, but couldn't vent it. She looked like she was being raped, which made Li Changsheng feel relieved. It took Wu Xiaowan a long time to react. She smiled and gave Li Changsheng a thumbs up. On the other side, Xing Zhao and his sister said goodbye. They looked like they were running away in a sorry state. At this time, it was already late. Li Changsheng also returned to his room to sleep. Wu Xiaowan sent the game record of her game to her boyfriend who was proficient in Go. Her boyfriend replied that both of them were good, but they were still lacking compared to him. Wu Xiaowan, who had always admired her boyfriend, didn't agree this time. She tentatively replied with a message, "Why don't you play a game with him another day?" On the other side of the network, her boyfriend was suddenly speechless. He made up excuses to refuse. This made Wu Xiaowan a little disappointed. She still had a certain understanding of her boyfriend's Go skills. He definitely wasn't as invincible as Li Changsheng. He was even slightly inferior to Xing Zhao. She couldn't help but wonder if the stories her boyfriend had told her about how he dominated the business world were as exaggerated as his chess skills. Li Changsheng naturally didn't know that his casual game would cause a series of events. Even Wu Xiaowan and her boyfriend had a grudge against each other. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the room to cultivate. In the Medicine King Valley, the spirit qi was obviously much richer than in Qingju. In addition, he got a lot of spirit stones in the cave last time. He set up a small spirit gathering formation in the room, which sped up his cultivation a lot. Last time, he got a scroll in the cave. He originally thought it was a cultivation method, but he didn't expect it to be a more evil spell. It was called the corpse control technique. This made Li Changsheng suspect that the owner of the cave was most likely a cultivator from the evil sects. After a few minor circulations and a major circulatory cycle, Li Changsheng finally finished circulating his zhenqi. By the time he opened his eyes, the sun had already risen. Today is the official start of the gathering. Let's go together. Li Changsheng had just opened the door when he heard Xing Zhao talking to Wu Xiaowan. After a night of calming down, Xing Zhao had obviously gotten over yesterday's loss. However, the moment he saw Li Changsheng, he couldn't help but feel awkward. Medicine King Valley's medicinal herb gathering was only held once a month. It was said that there would be many godly doctors from all over the country. This also created a phenomenon. In addition to buying medicine, there were also many people who came to see a doctor. Most of those godly doctors had superb medical skills, but the consultation fees for them were also very expensive. Sometimes, money alone was not enough. Only rare items could move them. This is my second time in the Valley of the Medicine Masters, and I am very familiar with this place. How about I be your guide? Xing Zhao was obviously interested in Wu Xiaowan. With Wu Xiaowan's intelligence, How could she not see it? It was just that she was a little disappointed with her boyfriend yesterday, so she didn't reject Xing Zhao's appearance. As for Li Changsheng, even if he had shown that his chess skills were good enough, even if her father had a very high opinion of him, he was too ordinary looking. Of course, it was a good choice to be friends with him, but if they were to be lovers, it would be barely satisfactory. Moreover, Li Changsheng already had a girlfriend, Yu Yuwei, the campus belle of Greenvine Middle School. Wu Xiaowan knew this. I heard that there are many treasures in the Medicine King Valley gathering every year. Thousand-year ginseng and Chinese knotweed are also common. It was Xing Rong's first time here, so she was a little excited. Li Changsheng didn't care. He mainly wanted to know if the Medicine King Valley was related to that sect. As for the elixirs, the ones he received from the 100 Herbs house last time were enough to support his current practice. Moreover, it was very difficult for elixirs to appear in the things that ordinary people could buy. Under Xing Zhao's guidance, the few of them took a taxi to an open space 30 miles west of the city. There were many stalls set up there, and there was a sea of people. There was also a dazzling array of medicinal herbs. Wu Xiaowan said that she was looking for a medicinal herb called the resurrection grass. Li Changsheng's eyes showed a little surprise. The resurrection grass was a very rare medicinal herb that could be used to treat many mental illnesses. Wu Xiaowan said that one of her relatives was sick. Could it be that he was crazy? No wonder she kept quiet all the way here. Quick, take a look. Look at the 1,000-year-old ginseng that we just collected deep in the mountains. A middle-aged man wearing a skullcap shouted loudly as he fanned himself. In front of him was an exquisite wooden box with a plump ginseng in it, attracting the attention of many tourists. This ginseng is so big. Is it really a 1,000-year-old ginseng? It's only sold for 100,000. Xing Rong was also attracted. She stopped and looked at her brother Xing Zhao. Why don't we buy it? Little girl, this ginseng is very valuable. It was originally worth a few million, but because something happened to my family and I urgently need money, I reluctantly sold it. Li Changsheng walked over, picked up the ginseng and sniffed it, then shook his head with a smile. Even if you want to bear the pain, you can't sell something worth a few million for 100,000. Moreover, your face is glowing. You don't look like something happened to your family. I think you just got married. Look at your face and eyebrows. Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Xing Zhao hurriedly tugged at Li Changsheng's sleeve. Little brother, don't talk nonsense. Many masters come to the Medicine King Valley gathering every year. Even if this ginseng is not worth the price, it would be bad if you offend someone with your words. Beside him, Wu Xiaowan also nodded. I've seen many posts on the internet. It's true. The people here can't be offended easily. Unexpectedly, Li Changsheng just smiled and didn't take it to heart. Xing Rong, who originally wanted to buy the ginseng, heard Li Changsheng's words and was embarrassed. She looked at Li Changsheng with disdain. However, after listening to Li Changsheng's analysis, she naturally knew that this ginseng was definitely not a 1,000-year-old ginseng. She wouldn't be so stupid as to be taken advantage of. The few of them turned to leave. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Wu Xiaowan and Xing Zhao both froze. Xing Rong's face was full of fear. I told you not to talk nonsense. Now you've offended someone. If he attacks us, what are we going to do? Chapter 158. My friend didn't mean to ruin your business. This ginseng is worth 100,000 yuan. We'll take it. Wu Xiaowan didn't want to cause any trouble. Li Changsheng's words were overheard by many people. She thought that the middle-aged man was going to attack Li Changsheng, so she wanted to buy it. However, the middle-aged man shook his head. No, you don't need to buy my ginseng. As he spoke, he looked at Li Changsheng respectfully. Sir, your eyes are as sharp as torches. You can tell that I have a wife at a glance. You are truly brilliant. I would like to ask Sir to show me my fortune for the coming year. As long as Sir agrees, I am willing to give this ginseng to Sir with both hands. Although this ginseng is not a 1,000-year-old ginseng, it is not young either. Wu Xiaowan and the other two were completely dumbfounded by the middle-aged man's words. What's going on? Li Changsheng shook his head. I don't read people's fortune easily. Besides, this ginseng has no spirit qi. It's useless to me. Then he walked away. He didn't notice that the middle-aged man's eyes lit up when he heard the word spirit qi. Hey, Li Changsheng, he's willing to give you 50,000 yuan worth of ginseng. Why did you refuse? You must be lying when you said that there was a happy occasion in his family. Are you afraid that you'll be exposed? Xing Rong caught up and whispered in Li Changsheng's ear. However, Li Changsheng took out a roll of toilet paper from his pocket and plugged his ears. Xing Rong was immediately fuming with anger. Wu Xiaowan saw Li Changsheng's action and couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Xing Jiao, on the other hand, was deep in thought. Look, it's crowded up ahead. Wu Xiaowan said. Sure enough, there was a shed in front of them. There was an old man in a Taoist robe. He had white hair and a white beard. He looked like an immortal. It's white-brow Taoist. He's here again this year. His products are all exquisite. The one he sold last year was sold at a high price of 60 million yuan. I wonder what kind of treasure he will sell this year. I heard that he's selling a seed this year. Seeds? What kind of seed is worthy of being auctioned by white-brow Daoist? Hearing the discussions of the people around them, Li Changsheng and the others realized that this Taoist priest Bai Mai was famous at the gathering of the Valley of the Medicine Masters. He only appeared once a year, and each time, he would auction no more than 3 items. However, each item would be sold for a high price and cause a sensation. The origin of this white eyebrows Taoist was also very mysterious. Some people said that he came from a Taoist temple in the Zhongnan Mountains. Some people said that he was a Taoist master of a hidden sect. Some people said that he was a hermit of the Kunlun sect. Hearing about the Kunlun hermit, Li Changsheng couldn't help but think of his missing master. All these years, he had been investigating his master's whereabouts. His 9 transformations of the demonic and divine was passed down to him by his master, so he firmly believed that his master must be alive now. Li Changsheng couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw the other party's face. The other party was indeed a cultivator with extraordinary strength, but he was definitely not his master. This is a mysterious seed that I obtained from an ancient cavern. Its specific use is unknown. The starting price is 1 million. Daoist White Eyebrows was holding a black seed in his hand. The seed was ordinary and no one would take a look at it if it was thrown on the ground. However, no one would belittle it since it was in his hands. 1 million. There were sounds of discussion in the crowd. A seed that we don't even know its use is being sold for 1 million. That's too ruthless. Someone muttered. Don't talk nonsense. How can something sold by Daoist White Eyebrows be fake? Didn't you hear that it was obtained from an ancient cavern? But even if it's not an ordinary item, what's the use of buying it? Are we going to plant it on the ground and let it grow? Hearing those words, that person immediately shut up. Indeed, even if it was extraordinary, they had to know what it could do. No matter how good a treasure was, it would be useless to buy it. Many people around were also shaking their heads. However, Li Changsheng's gaze was attracted by the seed. He couldn't tell what effect it had, but he could clearly see the patterns on it. The patterns were naturally formed and actually carried some Dao runes. It's mysterious and extraordinary. Li Changsheng commented. At this moment, someone had already begun to bid. 1,100,000. 1,200,000. 1,300,000. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a high price of more than 2 million. This time, the people who originally didn't care about it widened their eyes. It can't be. Someone is actually willing to pay more than 2 million for a lousy seed. It can't be that he's trying to raise the price, right? Look, the young master of the Divine Medicine Corporation, Luo Hitu, is here. A handsome young man in a suit walked over, surrounded by a few people of the same age. As soon as he appeared, even Daoist White Eyebrows took the initiative to greet him. However, the other party only nodded slightly and directly said, 3 million. At this moment, there was a moment of silence. Everyone had bid more than 2 million because of Daoist White Eyebrows' reputation. Now that Luo Hitu had directly increased the price by 600,000, It showed that he was determined to win. Since Luo Hitu had offered such a high price, it meant that this seed was definitely extraordinary. However, how many people present dared to compete with the people from the Divine Medicine Corporation? The Divine Medicine Corporation was the organizer of the Medicine King Valley's gathering. It could be said that in this area, they were like the local tyrant. Offending the Divine Medicine Corporation because of a seed was really not worth it. 3 million, going once. 3 million, going twice. Luo Hitu's face was full of pride. In this area of the Medicine King Valley, who could compare to his Divine Medicine Corporation's wealth? Who would dare to not give face to the Divine Medicine Corporation? Although he didn't know what use this seed had, since Daoist White Eyebrows had obtained it from the cave, it was definitely not an ordinary item. 3 million was an astronomical figure for others, but for the Divine Medicine Corporation, it was just a drop in the ocean. If it was useful, it would naturally be good. Even if it was useless, he could just treat it as buying it for fun. Just as Luo Hitu was about to go and get the seed, a voice suddenly rang out. 5 million. Immediately, countless people looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a young man in casual clothes raise his hand. Damn, is there a mistake? He directly increased the price by 2 million. Isn't he too rich? He dares to compete with the young master of the Divine Medicine Corporation, Luo Hitu. This guy has guts. Look at his clothes, he looks like a country bumpkin. Could it be that he's here to cause trouble? Everyone was talking among themselves as they looked at Li Changsheng in disbelief. Wu Xiaowan and the other two were dumbfounded. Isn't this guy one of Wu Xiaowan's bodyguards? How dare he shout out a price of 5 million? Xing Zhao and his sister both had puzzled looks on their faces. Even Wu Xiaowan was somewhat dumbfounded. In her opinion, even if Li Changsheng was not as mediocre as he appeared on the surface, the fact that he opened his mouth and asked for 5 million made Wu Xiaowan almost shout out the words "you're crazy" on the spot. Li Changsheng had completely become the focus of everyone's attention. On the other side, Luo Hitu of the Divine Medicine Corporation had a fierce look in his eyes. It didn't matter if it was a seed, but daring to compete with him made him very unhappy. Chapter 159. 5 million. Li Changsheng became the focus of the audience after he shouted this price. When they saw his face clearly, it caused a lot of discussion. Are you kidding me? This guy isn't here to cause trouble, right? He doesn't have a single branded item on him and he dares to ask for 5 million. Didn't he see that Luo Hitu's face is green with anger? He raised the price so high. He's obviously going against young Master Luo. Could he be an enemy of the Luo family? But he doesn't look familiar. If he wants to be the enemy of the Luo family, he must be worth more than 100 billion. The crowd was discussing and countless eyes were constantly looking at Li Changsheng. Is he here for me? Luo Hitu frowned and hesitated for a moment before he spoke again. 6 million. His heart was bleeding. He didn't even know the function of this seed. At first, he thought that he would offer 4 million at most. After Li Changsheng made such a move, he couldn't stop competing even if it was for the sake of his reputation as the young master of the Luo family. 6 million for a seed was already the limit in Luo Hitu's opinion. Li Changsheng spoke again, 10 million. When Li Changsheng's voice fell, the audience fell into silence. Everyone was stunned. At the Medicine King Valley's gathering, there would be a few old medicinal herbs that would be auctioned at sky-high prices every year. However, 10 million for a seed was something that had never happened before. Wu Xiaowan and the others were completely dumbfounded and felt that their brains weren't enough. Do you have that much money? If you can't pay later, be careful not to get your legs broken. Xingrong rolled her eyes and muttered. She wouldn't believe that a lousy bodyguard could come up with 10 million. If he had 10 million, who would be willing to be a bodyguard? Luo Hitu's expression changed completely. It was not difficult for the Luo family to fork out 10 million yuan. However, if the people in the circle knew that he spent 10 million yuan to buy a seed with an unknown function, he would be ridiculed by many. However, if he didn't increase the price, it would be equivalent to being outbid by this young man who appeared out of nowhere. If word got out, his reputation would also be damaged. In the end, Luo Hitu did not speak again. 10 million was not a small sum to him. Young friend, would you like to pay by card or transfer? The white eyebrows Taoist walked to Li Changsheng with a smile and took out a POS machine, which made Li Changsheng a little surprised. He didn't expect that this old man, who looked to be in his 60s or 70s, could keep up with the times. Wu Xiaowan tugged at Li Changsheng's sleeve. 10 million? That's not 1,000 yuan. Stop fooling around. Hurry up and apologize to the Taoist priest. Clearly, Wu Xiaowan did not believe that Li Changsheng could really take out that much money. Li Changsheng smiled. He took out his bank card and swiped it on the POS machine. Soon, the machine emitted the sound of a receipt being printed. Wu Xiaowan's hanging heart finally relaxed. This proved that the swipe was successful, but the doubt in her eyes deepened. 10 million yuan. Li Changsheng swiped it without blinking. This made Wu Xiaowan start to think about Li Changsheng's identity for the first time. If he didn't have a net worth of more than 10 million yuan, who would have 10 million yuan of pocket money with him? When the card was swiped successfully, there was a sudden uproar around. Many people who were waiting to see Li Changsheng's performance widened their eyes completely. A young man who came out of nowhere in this way showed them what it meant to be capricious if you were rich. Next to them, Xing Zhao and Xing Rong's eyes almost fell to the ground. They were rich second generations, but usually, their family gave them less than 1 million yuan of pocket money a year at most. As for buying a sports car or something, they still needed the consent of their parents. Someone like Li Changsheng, who could take out 10 million yuan casually, was considered the top in their circle. Xing Rong completely shut her mouth and did not dare to ridicule him anymore. Previously, she had provoked him without restraint because in her opinion, Li Changsheng was just Wu Xiaowan's bodyguard, a poor boy who had a sense of superiority. But now, Li Changsheng's status had been raised in an instant. She had a feeling of looking up to him, so she did not dare to offend him anymore. In Xing Rong's eyes, Li Changsheng was no longer disgusting. Instead, he was shining. She felt that although Li Changsheng looked a little ordinary, it would be a good choice to find him as a boyfriend. After swiping the card, he took the seeds from the old priest and put them in his pocket. The old priest took out his phone and said with a smile, "Little brother, you're so rich and generous. Add me on WeChat. If I have anything in the future, I can sell it to you directly." Nodding, Li Changsheng added the other party as friends before turning to leave. After taking a few steps, a voice came from behind. "Little brother, wait a moment. My young master wants to invite you over." A middle-aged man jogged over and said with a smile on his face. "Who is your young master?" Li Changsheng asked indifferently. "My young master is the young master of the Divine Medicine Corporation, Luo Hitu. He is very interested in the seed you auctioned and wants to know more about it." "I'm not free." Li Changsheng shook his head and turned to leave. He had never heard of the Divine Medicine Corporation. As for the seed, it was his since it was auctioned. Why should he study it? Seeing this, the middle-aged man's face turned ugly. In the end, he snorted coldly and turned to walk towards Luo Hitu. "Li Changsheng, the Divine Medicine Corporation has a lot of power in the Medicine King Valley. You shouldn't have rejected him just now." Xing Zhao said worriedly. "Yes, although you took out 10 million to prove that your identity is not ordinary, the Divine Medicine Corporation is sitting on hundreds of billions of wealth. 10 million is nothing to Luo Hitu. The reason why he didn't compete with you just now was because he didn't think this kind of seed was worth the price. If you offend him, I'm afraid he will deal with you next," Xing Rong added. "Could it be that he can kill people?" Wu Xiaowan said. "That's hard to say. Something happens every year at the Medicine King Valley's medicinal herb gathering. Last year, a man was directly dismembered. The murderer hasn't been found yet. The Divine Medicine Corporation is the most powerful force in this place. Their methods are unimaginable. If it's really that scary, then what should we do?" Wu Xiaowan's face completely changed. "Why don't we leave now?" Wu Xiaowan was really scared. "It doesn't matter. It's just a Divine Medicine Corporation." Li Changsheng smiled with disdain in his eyes. Xing Zhao saw this and couldn't help but sigh. There was some pity in his eyes. Xing Rong said directly, Li Changsheng, let's go our separate ways. You offended Luo Hitu. Don't implicate us. Xiaowan, Li Changsheng isn't willing to leave the Medicine King Valley now. Maybe it's because he's confident in himself, but I think you should still keep a distance from him. Xing Zhao said tactfully. The meaning in his words was clear. Wu Xiaowan and Li Changsheng would be easily implicated if they were together. Wu Xiaowan hesitated and looked at Li Changsheng with some difficulty. After all, the Divine Medicine Corporation was the local snake here. No matter how much power Li Changsheng had, it was beyond his reach. Distant water couldn't quench a present thirst. It's fine. I just wanted to walk around by myself. Li Changsheng curled his lips. He knew that he was now a god of plague in their eyes. All right, then you walk around by yourself. I'll go over there with Xing Zhao and the others to see if there are any medicinal herbs I'm looking for. Wu Xiaowan looked at Li Changsheng gratefully, thanking Li Changsheng for giving her a way out. Li Changsheng nodded and turned to leave. He and Wu Xiaowan were originally in an employer-employee relationship. Of course, he couldn't expect her to go through thick and thin with him. However, he still felt a little disappointed in his heart. After all, although he had lived for countless years, he was still a person of flesh and blood. He would be happy if he was trusted and close, but he would also be sad if he was abandoned, betrayed, or suspected. Chapter 160. After Li Changsheng parted ways with Wu Xiaowan and the other two, he walked around the market a few times before taking a taxi back to the hotel. Although there were a lot of medicinal herbs on it, the only one that caught his eye was the seed. This seed looked dark and swarthy, and it was less than 3 centimeters in size. However, Li Changsheng felt that it was extraordinary, because the patterns on it formed the word Dao. Of course, this Dao referred to ancient hieroglyphics. Other than experts in literature and history, there were very few people who knew about it. This was also the reason why Li Changsheng took out 10 million to bid for the seed. After returning to the hotel, he took the seed in his hand and looked at it carefully. After studying it for the whole morning, he didn't find anything. They went to the hotel's restaurant for lunch as usual. Wu Xiaowan and the other two did not return. Li Changsheng could guess that even if they finished strolling around the market, they would definitely go somewhere else to eat. One reason was because they were afraid of bumping into him when they returned. Moreover, if they had too much contact with him, they might be implicated. Another reason was that Xing Zhao had finally found a chance to be alone with Wu Xiaowan along the way. Without Li Changsheng, this third wheel, eating was naturally very satisfying. Halfway through the meal, Li Changsheng clearly felt that the atmosphere in the restaurant was a little strange. He raised his head and saw a woman in white walking over with several bodyguards around her. Her aura was extremely strong. Most importantly, her face was extremely beautiful, outshining the moon and putting the flowers to shame. This was the first word that came to Li Changsheng's mind. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He couldn't help but sigh at the word fate. This woman was Liu Duoduo's aunt, Nangong Jingmeng, who had left a deep impression on Li Changsheng. Because Li Changsheng's seat wasn't far from the door, Nangong Jingmeng saw him immediately after entering. He thought that even if Nangong Jingmeng saw him in this kind of situation, she would at most nod. Who knew that after hesitating for a moment, Nangong Jingmeng actually walked over to Li Changsheng's table. What a coincidence. At this moment, the goddess in the eyes of everyone in the restaurant, Nangong Jingmeng, actually took the initiative to greet Li Changsheng and then asked, "May I have lunch with you?" Even Li Changsheng was stunned for a moment before he nodded. Of course. Nangong Jingmeng sat down, and the bodyguards automatically maintained a distance of 3 steps away from her. Could it be that Mr. Li is here to buy herbs from Medicine King Valley? Nangong Jingmeng's face was filled with curiosity. I don't deserve to be called Mr. Just call me Changsheng. Li Changsheng smiled faintly. I guess so. I'm here with a friend. What about you, Miss Nangong? Are you also here to buy medicinal herbs? Miss. Nangong Jingmeng's face froze for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. You could say that. Most importantly, I'm here to meet someone. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, Changsheng, I heard from Duo that you're quite skilled. I wonder if you're interested in being my bodyguard for once. These guys behind me are really useless. Nangong Jingmeng's words did not cause the bodyguards behind her to show any displeasure. Instead, they lowered their heads in shame. Bodyguard. Bodyguard again. Li Changsheng was a little speechless. Someone asked me to be her bodyguard yesterday. Now she already sees me as the god of plague. Are you sure you still want me to be your bodyguard? Hearing Li Changsheng's words, Nangong Jingmeng's eyes revealed a look of contemplation. But she still nodded and said, I'm sure. I'm not afraid of trouble. All right, I have nothing to do anyway. Li Changsheng nodded. At this moment, the waiter came over and handed over the menu. Nangong Jingmeng pointed directly at Li Changsheng. Give me one of the same dishes as him. The dishes were quickly served. But before they could finish eating, a bodyguard walked forward and bowed. Miss, there's news that person is also here today. Nangong Jingmeng nodded and said, I guessed it. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Li Changsheng, who was leaning against the chair and drinking tea. She waved her hand and asked the bodyguard to leave. Then she said to Li Changsheng, I'll take you to buy a set of clothes. Okay. Li Changsheng did not refuse. After the meal, they drove directly to a large shopping mall nearby. Nangong Jingmeng chose a black suit for Li Changsheng, paired with a white shirt. After changing into the new clothes, there was indeed a feeling that made people's eyes light up. However, Li Changsheng was used to wearing casual clothes and was not used to it. Nangong Jingmeng, who had been observing Li Changsheng, saw Li Changsheng's actions and could not help but show some disappointment in her eyes. According to the news from Liu Duo, Li Changsheng was not only strong, but also able to make Yang Xiaowei and his son give up so that Huang Bingzhong's parents would not dare to take revenge. She had been guessing Li Changsheng's identity. At the very least, he should be a rich second generation with some power. But now, it was obviously different from Liu Duo's description. It seems that Duo is exaggerating. I wonder if his skills are also exaggerated. Otherwise, I'll really have to pray for good luck tonight. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when they left the mall. Nangong Jingmeng found a cafe to sit and wait with Li Changsheng. During this time, she was a little uneasy. Finally, when it was almost 5 o'clock, she could not help but say, today's matter is not simple. If something happens, you can leave first. Don't worry about me. With my identity, they won't dare to touch me. I shouldn't have dragged you into this. Hearing Nangong Jingmeng's words, Li Changsheng just smiled. In fact, he had already guessed something. A woman like Nangong Jingmeng was actually calmer than most men. But today, her performance clearly showed that she had encountered great difficulties. Otherwise, she would not have asked him to be her bodyguard when she saw him in the restaurant. It was not that she thought that Li Changsheng was strong enough, but she was not willing to give up any hope. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Li Changsheng sat in Nangong Jingmeng's Lincoln commercial business and came to the bottom of a building. This should be the most prosperous area of the Medicine King Valley, and also the tallest building. Li Changsheng was too lazy to count how many floors it had, but this building was much taller than all the nearby buildings. It was a bit like a crane in a flock of chickens, with the meaning of a king looking down on the world. Its name was also very consistent with its height. It was called Golden Turtle Building, which should mean that it was at the top. The building was very imposing. Li Changsheng looked up and could not help but think of the Kunlun Mountain where he learned martial arts with his master. In front of that thatched cottage, the first thing he could see every morning was a mountain peak piercing through the clouds. It was somewhat similar to this building. Li Changsheng was a bit absent-minded. In Nangong Jingmeng's view, he was clearly shocked by the aura of this building. This was more like the shock of a child from the countryside seeing a big city for the first time. She could not help but gently shake her head. She was even more sure that her nephew Liu Duo's words were very exaggerated. The reason why Huang Bingzhong and Yang Xiaowei chose to give up might be because of other reasons, and not because of Li Changsheng's identity and power. Chapter 161. Entering the Golden Turtle Tower, there was a banquet tonight. It was said that it was hosted by a certain big shot in the Medicine King Valley. Taking advantage of this gathering, all sorts of big shots were gathered. This banquet was very lively. When Nangong Jingmeng and Li Changsheng arrived, the banquet had not officially begun, but many people had arrived early. After making a phone call, Nangong Jingmeng brought Li Changsheng straight to a luxurious private room. It was decorated in a European style. It was magnificent and the room was very big. When Nangong Jingmeng and Li Changsheng appeared, a middle-aged man had already been waiting for a long time. He was holding a red wine glass in his hand and gently shaking it. He was dressed in a suit with all the buttons tightly buttoned up, showing that he was definitely a very strict and serious person. When the man saw Nangong Jingmeng, he stood up. When Nangong Jingmeng and Li Changsheng sat down, the other party sat down and looked at Nangong Jingmeng with unconcealable admiration. However, when he swept his gaze across Li Changsheng's face, there was a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Jingmeng, I've already heard about your matter. I'm very happy that you called me, but you should also know that with the power of the Divine Medicine Corporation, if I were to step in and help you resolve it, I'm afraid that it would take a lot of effort. I like to get straight to the point, so I definitely can't help you for free. You know how I feel about you. As long as you nod your head, even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I won't hesitate. Li Changsheng sat at the side. The other party also poured a glass of red wine for him, but he did not drink it. From the other party's words, he could tell that Nangong Jingmeng had encountered some difficulties and needed the help of the man in front of him. However, this man had coveted Nangong Jingmeng's beauty and wanted to marry her. He was at least 10 years older than Nangong Jingmeng. Hearing this, Nangong Jingmeng's delicate body slightly trembled, but her face quickly returned to normal. Boss Guo, this. Before she could finish, the man interrupted her. You don't have to answer me in such a hurry. Although I admire you, I won't force you. You can slowly consider it. The middle-aged man took out a cigarette from the table and handed it to Li Changsheng, then lit it himself. Li Changsheng did not stand on ceremony and took the cigarette. Other than the topic that made Nangong Jingmeng's face turn ugly at the beginning, the man changed the topic and talked about everything. He was very knowledgeable and had a refined temperament. If it wasn't for his age, he would have been a perfect match for Nangong Jingmeng. Nangong Jingmeng quickly threw away all distracting thoughts and talked about some interesting news in the industry with the other party. On the other hand, Li Changsheng sat there, with nothing to do after he finished smoking a cigarette. During this period of time, Nangong Jingmeng, Nangong Jingmeng, Nangong Jingmeng, and Jingmeng Jingmeng. When he introduced Li Changsheng to the other party, he didn't say that Li Changsheng was his bodyguard. Instead, he called him a friend, which was a little vague. Coupled with Li Changsheng's simple and unpretentious temperament, it was obvious who was superior. When the middle-aged man heard Li Changsheng's identity, he did not show any contempt, but his eyes were less guarded. After half an hour, the man looked at his watch and stood up. He said that he had a few old friends coming and asked Nangong Jingmeng to consider it carefully. After the other party left, Nangong Jingmeng fell into silence. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and it was obvious that she was struggling in her heart. Li Changsheng did not disturb Nangong Jingmeng's thoughts. He quietly walked to the door, closed it, and went to a corner. Beside him, a thin figure appeared and stood respectfully. It was Peng Taishan. After the last fight, Peng Taishan had been following Li Changsheng, waiting for Li Changsheng's orders. Call Xu Xiaolin immediately and ask him to investigate Nangong Jingmeng's identity and what she has encountered recently. Get back to me as soon as possible. Yes. Peng Taishan nodded, turned around, and disappeared from Li Changsheng's sight. Peng Taishan was once a mercenary abroad and was proficient in assassination and tracking. His stealth ability was very good. If one did not use their divine sense and just used their eyes, even Li Changsheng would not be able to find him. After instructing Peng Taishan, Li Changsheng turned and walked into the room. At this time, Nangong Jingmeng's expression had returned to normal. You're a bodyguard running around. You're not doing your job well. Nangong Jingmeng joked with Li Changsheng, but it was obvious that she was forcing a smile. Miss Nangong, I think that middle-aged man is not worthy of you. Li Changsheng sat down directly. Nangong Jingmeng shook her head. He is a big boss with a net worth of hundreds of billions. He has an important position in the medicine industry in the entire north. To be honest, with just one word from him, who knows how many young and beautiful girls would want to get close to him. The legendary tycoon? Li Changsheng spat out a few words. Nangong Jingmeng could not help but roll her eyes. Are you mocking me for wanting to get close to a tycoon? Could it be that Miss Nangong has decided to marry him? Sigh. Nangong Jingmeng's eyes flashed with a touch of sadness. If it were me alone, of course I wouldn't choose to compromise. But if I refuse, hundreds of people will suffer together with me. There are many things in a big family that you can't understand. Sometimes, I really envy people like you. Being an ordinary person and being unrestrained, you can achieve true freedom. That's because the power in your hands is not strong enough. Li Changsheng took a sip of red wine, but the next moment, he spat it into the trash can. What kind of broken wine is this? It's so sour, it tastes terrible. A bottle of this wine is worth 200,000 yuan. You spat out at least tens of thousands of yuan. What a waste of resources. Nangong Jingmeng said unhappily. Li Changsheng shook his head and muttered, I can't taste it. But after this, Nangong Jingmeng's mood was obviously much better. Miss Nangong, the reason why you hired me as your bodyguard is because of the difficulties you're facing right now, right? Since you have a bodyguard like me, you naturally don't need this old man. If there's anything, I can help you solve it. Why don't you consider marrying me? Although I'm not as rich as this old man, I'm young and strong. TSK Nangong Jingmeng curled her lips in disdain. I didn't expect you to have such a glib tongue. However, if I had to choose between you and Guo Yu, I would choose you. Unfortunately, my willingness is useless unless you can help me solve my problem like he did. However, not to mention you, even Guo Yu wouldn't be able to solve this problem. This is the second reason why I am worried. Otherwise, I would still be willing to make this sacrifice for my family. How do you know I can't solve it? Li Changsheng had a playful look on his face. At this moment, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and a burly man barged in. Obviously, Nangong Jingmeng clenched her fists the moment the man appeared, and a rare look of nervousness appeared on her face. Chapter 162. The other party didn't even bother to knock on the door and just barged in. Nangong Jingmeng's bodyguards all stood up and looked at the other party warily. The other party didn't seem to care about the bodyguards at all. He just looked at Nangong Jingmeng coldly. Miss Nangong, my young master heard that you were here and specially invited you over. He said that he admires your courage. This man was over 1.8 meters tall and had a huge build. Especially the explosive muscles on his chest, he gave people a sense of oppression. This was definitely a tough nut to crack. His gaze gave off a cold and sharp feeling. This kind of person's ferocious aura was innate. Coupled with the tempering, the first impression he gave off was that he was a sharp blade. Li Changsheng had been staring at this man since he appeared. The other party had definitely seen blood before. It could be seen from his eyes. Tell your young master that if he wants me to go over, he doesn't have the right. Unless his father makes a move. Although Nangong Jingmeng was nervous, she didn't show it on her face. Obviously, this was the real danger she was going to face tonight. Miss Nangong, don't be so shameless. The Medicine King Valley is the territory of the Luo family. You can't afford to offend my young master. You'll know after you try. Even if Luo Hitu himself was here, I would still say the same thing. You're just his dog. How dare you speak to me with such an attitude? Nangong Jingmeng's face was also filled with anger. Miss Nangong, since you're not willing to go over, then I'll have to offend you. The man took a step forward and a powerful aura instantly filled the place. Finally, Nangong Jingmeng's bodyguards couldn't help but reach out to stop him. Unfortunately, as soon as they touched the other party's arm, the other party gently shook and 2 of the bodyguards were sent flying. Before the remaining 4 could make a move, they were hit in the chest by the other party. 2 of them were sent flying, and the remaining 2 were completely shocked by the other party's aura. They actually took the initiative to retreat and did not dare to stop the other party at all. Although Nangong Jingmeng had already expected this result, her eyes were still filled with disappointment. Thus, she subconsciously looked at Li Changsheng, who was sitting beside her, only to see this young man sitting there with an indifferent expression. Her last glimmer of hope was instantly extinguished. A bitter smile appeared on Nangong Jingmeng's lips. The bodyguards he hired at a high price were useless. He was too naive to expect a guy who hadn't even graduated from university to help him block this demon. The burly man also looked at Li Changsheng with disdain. Then, he strode towards Nangong Jingmeng. At this moment, Li Changsheng suddenly raised his head and smiled at Peng Taishan before shouting, "Peng Taishan." As his voice fell, a thin and weak figure appeared in the room, blocking in front of Nangong Jingmeng. Li Changsheng was very satisfied with Peng Taishan's speed, while Nangong Jingmeng, who was beside him, had a puzzled look on his face. The burly man looked at Peng Taishan, who had suddenly appeared, and his eyes revealed a hint of malevolence. He said coldly, "Get lost." Peng Taishan didn't answer him. He only looked back at Li Changsheng. "Sir, how should we deal with him? Break his leg and throw him out." Li Changsheng lit a cigarette and blew out smoke. At this moment, it was as if he was the main character in this room, not Nangong Jingmeng's bodyguard. "Okay." Peng Taishan didn't waste any more words and just nodded. He looked at the burly man and laughed. Mr. Li said to break one leg. "Do you have any objections? F***ck your mother." The burly man couldn't help but curse. Although the way this thin guy appeared was a bit strange, he only thought that his attention was focused on Nangong Jingmeng and didn't notice. Now that he dared to provoke him, how could he not be furious? Li Changsheng glanced at Nangong Jingmeng, who was frowning, and knew that she didn't believe that Peng Taishan, who had suddenly appeared, could stop this fierce burly man. However, he only nodded slightly at Peng Taishan. Therefore, the guy who was glaring angrily and wanted to scare Peng Taishan with his aura felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. Then, his 1.8-meter-tall body flew out like a sandbag. He flew out of the door, and just as he was about to get up and counterattack, Peng Taishan had already rushed forward and chopped his neck. As a result, this arrogant guy just now fainted on the ground. His movements were swift and fierce, without any hesitation. Everyone present was shocked, and the bodyguards were completely dumbfounded. They had just exchanged blows with the burly man and naturally knew how terrifying he was. But this skinny Peng Taishan was able to take him down so easily. At this moment, they didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. Just as Peng Taishan was about to follow Li Changsheng's instructions and break one of his legs, Nangong Jingmeng came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "Forget it, just knock him out. There's no need to make a big deal out of this." Peng Taishan looked at Li Changsheng. After seeing Li Changsheng nod, he got up and disappeared from everyone's sight. Very quickly, someone found the unconscious man and carried him away. The door was closed once again. Nangong Jingmeng looked at Li Changsheng curiously. "Was that your friend just now?" Li Changsheng nodded. "To be precise, he is my friend's subordinate. He is temporarily acting as my bodyguard." "So that's how it is." Nangong Jingmeng was deep in thought. "I thought that what Duo told me was exaggerated, but I underestimated him." Nangong Jingmeng muttered to himself, then looked at Li Changsheng again, and said, "He is just a dog under the other party, and the main character will appear next. His identity is the young master of the Divine Medicine Corporation, Luo Hitu. Think carefully, do you want to go out with me? If you leave now, I won't blame you." Luo Hitu, it's actually him. Li Changsheng thought about the auction of the seeds at the gathering today and couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. "What is it? You know him?" Nangong Jingmeng asked doubtfully. "I guess so, but I have some grudges with him." "What did you do to offend Luo Hitu?" "In the territory of the Medicine King Valley, the Luo clan is not to be trifled with. It's just a small matter, it's the young master of the Luo clan who is too petty. However, the Luo clan is not to be trifled with, and I'm not to be trifled with either. So you should be glad that you hired me as your bodyguard." Li Changsheng patted his chest and promised. "Hee hee." Nangong Jingmeng covered his mouth and chuckled. "You almost made me believe you when you were bragging with such a straight face." With that, he took out a bank card from his bag and pushed it in front of Li Changsheng. "This is your reward this time. The Luo clan is far from what you see on the surface. Your bodyguard is very powerful, and I also believe that your family background is not ordinary, but I don't want to implicate you." With that, he got up and walked out of the door. Chapter 163. After Nangong Jingmeng left the room, Peng Taishan appeared beside Li Changsheng again. "Sir, Boss Shu has already investigated clearly. This Nangong Jingmeng is the young miss of the Nangong clan. The Nangong clan was originally one of the most famous clans in China, but it has declined over the years, especially since Nangong Jingmeng's branch has separated from the main branch. A few days ago, because of a medicine formula, I offended the Divine Medicine Corporation. This Divine Medicine Corporation is an overlord in the entire northern medicine industry, and because of this matter, the Divine Medicine Corporation is constantly suppressing the Nangong family. Now, after being suppressed several times, the Nangong family's vitality has been greatly damaged, and they are about to collapse. This time, Nangong Jingmeng came to the Medicine King Valley to negotiate with the Divine Medicine Corporation. However, the Divine Medicine Corporation wants to annex the Nangong clan, so I'm afraid the outcome of the negotiation will not be ideal." Hearing Peng Tixin's words, Li Changsheng nodded. After understanding the whole story and looking at Nangong Jingmeng's words and actions, he knew that today's negotiations would probably break down, and he might even fall out with the Luo clan. "All right, I understand." Li Changsheng waved his hand, then followed him out of the room. In the hall, the banquet officially began. There were guests from all over the world at today's banquet. Most of them were bosses of the pharmaceutical industry. They wanted to use this Medicine King Valley's medicinal herbs gathering to buy some precious medicinal herbs. There were also people who wanted to look for some prescriptions to treat illnesses. After all, in addition to various medicinal herbs, there would also be divine doctors from all over the country at this medicinal herb gathering. Every year, there would be a few prescriptions to treat difficult and complicated diseases that would be packaged and listed by these pharmaceutical companies. In the end, they would make a huge profit. Li Changsheng found an empty seat and sat down. He casually picked up a pastry and stuffed it into his mouth. He didn't know anyone here and had nothing to do. "Little brother, you look very unfamiliar. I wonder which medical group's young master you are." A young man took the initiative to sit down beside Li Changsheng and introduced himself. His name was Wen Le, and he had followed his father to the Medicine King Valley to see the world. He could be considered a rich second generation. His father had brought him to the banquet for two reasons. First, it was to broaden his horizons. Second, it was to let him make some connections. He had just met a few rich second generation and drank a few glasses of wine. He felt a little dizzy, so he walked to the edge of the room to rest. He just happened to see Li Changsheng and casually asked. After all, no one who could attend the banquet was an ordinary person. "I'm not some rich second generation, I'm just a bodyguard," Li Changsheng said with a smile. "Bodyguard?" Wenla's face froze, then he smiled and said, "Brother, don't joke around. If you're a bodyguard, how can you sit here swaggeringly? Wouldn't your client fire you?" "I've already been fired, so I took this opportunity to eat here," Li Changsheng said with a smile as he played with the bank card in his hand. "Are you really a bodyguard?" Wenla looked at Li Changsheng's clothes. Although they were all famous brands, he did not have the temperament of a rich second generation. "Brother, since you've been fired, it's fate to meet me. Why don't you help me? I just happen to lack a handy subordinate." "No." Li Changsheng shook his head and refused. "I've given up on being a bodyguard. I'm going to change my profession." "Okay." Wenla smiled and leaned on the sofa with his hands behind his head. He closed his eyes and rested. Since Li Changsheng was just a bodyguard, there was no value for him to make friends with him. At this moment, there was a sudden noise in the crowd. A young man came in surrounded by a crowd. With the appearance of the young man, all eyes were focused on him. Many bosses who were talking and laughing also took the initiative to greet him. What happened? Wen Le, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and asked. When he saw the young man, his face showed some relief. It turns out to be Luo Hitu, the young master of the Divine Medicine Group. "Didn't your dad ask you to come here to broaden your horizons? Why don't you go over and get to know Luo Hitu?" Li Changsheng asked casually. Wenla shook his head and smiled bitterly. What's my status? How can I be qualified to get to know the young master of the Luo family? Even my dad doesn't have this qualification. With that, he looked at Li Changsheng. But you, if you can be the bodyguard of the young master of the Luo family, that would be awesome. Who knows, I might be able to bask in your glory next time. Hee hee. Li Changsheng only smiled and said in a low voice, "He's not worthy." What did you say? Wenla was puzzled. Nothing. Li Changsheng continued to look at Luo Hitu. At this moment, after Luo Hitu greeted everyone, he walked directly to the table in the center, where Nangong Jingmeng was sitting. Wow! Isn't that the young miss of the Nangong family? She's so beautiful. She's the goddess in my heart. Wenla said exaggeratedly, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. Miss Nangong is so brave. You actually dare to come to the Medicine King Valley alone and even injured my subordinate. It seems that you don't put me, the young master of the Luo family, in your eyes. Luo Hitu stared at Nangong Jingmeng, his eyes filled with coldness. Luo Hitu, I am the young miss of the Nangong family. You sent a subordinate to threaten me. I was just teaching him a lesson. What? I hit your dog and you, the owner, are unhappy. Nangong Jingmeng slowly stood up, his entire face covered with frost. My subordinate's skill is not as good as others. I have nothing to say, but I don't know which hero it is. Why don't you stand up and let me see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms? He dares to touch my people. He doesn't want to walk out of the banquet alive. Luo Hitu said with a sneer. You don't need to know who he is. This time, I just want to ask your Divine Medicine Corporation to be magnanimous and let my Nangong family go. I am willing to take out 10 billion to show my sincerity. Hee hee. Miss Nangong, you are so humorous. 10 billion, do you think you are a beggar? As long as I don't stop, your Nangong family will soon be kicked out of the pharmaceutical industry. Such a large cake in the north will belong to my Divine Medicine Corporation. How can 10 billion be enough? If you want us to stop, you have to give us 100 billion. As soon as Luo Hitu's words fell, Nangong Jingmeng's face turned ashen. 10 billion was already enough to make the Nangong family suffer. 100 billion was enough to make them go bankrupt. Why don't you go rob? Nangong Jingmeng said angrily. If you don't give it to me, then don't even think about making my Divine Medicine Corporation stop. Humph. Nangong Jingmeng clenched his fists and said, do you really think that my Nangong family has no power to resist? If you push me too far, then let's fight to the death. With that, he turned to the bodyguards and said, let's go. Wait a minute. Luo Hitu said coldly. Originally, I couldn't stop Miss Nangong from leaving, but your people injured my subordinate. You have to give me an explanation. Chapter 164. Nangong Jingmeng's delicate body trembled, and she slowly turned around. Luo Hitu, what do you want? Tai Tan is already your father's #1 general, but he was knocked unconscious by my bodyguard just now. My Nangong family's #1 expert, Nangong Wu, is on his way. I believe he will arrive soon. He also brought my Nangong family's guards. Even in your Luo family's territory, you may not be able to take advantage of him. Nangong Jingmeng said sternly. She was not lying. The reason why she asked Li Changsheng to be her bodyguard was because the Nangong family's people had not arrived yet. She asked Li Changsheng to leave because she wanted to protect Li Changsheng, and also because the Nangong family's people were about to arrive. She no longer had to be afraid of Luo Hitu. Nangong family's guards. Hearing Nangong Jingmeng's words, there was a commotion around. I heard that the Nangong family has cultivated their own team. They are very powerful, and all of them are brave and fearless. Especially Nangong Wu, the #1 expert of the Nangong family. It is said that he was a disciple of the Shaolin Temple in his early years. His thwart training is very powerful. This time, Luo Hitu kicked an iron plate. And listening to Nangong Jingmeng's words, Tai Tan, the #1 general of the Luo family, was defeated by Nangong Jingmeng's bodyguard. There was a lot of discussion around. As big shots in the pharmaceutical industry, they were very familiar with the Nangong family and the Luo family. Hey, friend, Listen, her bodyguard can defeat Tai Tan, the number one general of the Luo family. If you had this ability, you wouldn't have been fired. Wen Le, who was next to him, was probably bored and took the initiative to talk to Li Changsheng. That's hard to say. How do you know that I can't defeat the number one general of the Luo family? Li Changsheng said casually. You. Haha. Wen Le didn't say much, but the disdain in his eyes was obvious. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door. A group of black-clothed brawny men, led by a middle-aged man, directly broke through the crowd. There were more than 30 of them, all of them were burly and had a fierce aura. There was a rich second-generation heir who was thinking about something and blocking the way. He was directly pulled by the head and thrown to the side. The rich second generation reacted and was about to get angry, but when he met the strong man's ferocious eyes, he obediently shut his mouth. At this moment, some of the people present had already recognized the newcomers. They were the number one expert of the Nangong family, Nangong Wu, and the number one guard of the Nangong family. This group of people walked in front of Nangong Jingmeng and stood in an orderly manner. Then, they respectfully said, "Greetings, young miss." The 30 or so muscular men's voices were orderly and loud. Their imposing manner was astonishing. Instantly, everyone present was shocked by the aura and fell into silence. Nangong Jingmeng finally heaved a sigh of relief. He pulled out a chair and sat down. The middle-aged man took a step forward and cupped his hands. "I'm Nangong Wu from the Nangong family. Greetings, young Master Luo. I'm here to escort our young lady back to the northwest. I'm sure young Master Luo won't have any objections, right?" The middle-aged man's voice was neither servile nor overbearing. However, his aura was not inferior to Luo Hitu's at all. Especially with his uncouth aura, it was easy to think of the 108 heroes of Liangshan. Just when everyone thought that Luo Hitu would compromise in the face of the Nangong family's number one guard, Luo Hitu directly said, "Your young lady's bodyguard injured my people. Of course, this debt has to be settled. Nangong Wu, don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you brought more than 30 men. Do you really think that I, Luo Hitu, only have this much power?" Hearing Luo Hitu's words, Nangong Wu frowned. "Young Master Luo, do you still want to fight with the number one guard of the Nangong family? Not to mention you, even if your father was here, he wouldn't have the guts." "I've always been bold." Luo Hitu coldly snorted. "You can leave if you want, but first, leave 10 billion as medical fees for my men. Otherwise, none of you will be able to walk out of this door today." Luo Hitu waved his hand and a dense group of bodyguards appeared behind him, confronting the people of the Nangong family. "Young Master Luo, it seems like you're not going to settle this peacefully today." Nangong Wu was also a ruthless person. He immediately took a step forward and was about to attack. 2 of Luo Hitu's bodyguards immediately rushed forward. As soon as they attacked, they were sent flying by Nangong Wu's fists. Before the remaining bodyguards could attack, Nangong Wu had already arrived in front of Luo Hitu. His fingers were like steel claws, strangling Luo Hitu's neck. "Young Master Luo, I'm sure you've heard of my methods. If you don't let me go today, I'll crush your throat." Unexpectedly, there was no fear on Luo Hitu's face. He merely sneered. "You'd better let me go now or you'll regret it." "Is that so?" Nangong Wu's eyes revealed a fierce look. Just when he was about to teach Luo Hitu a lesson, his body suddenly seemed to have been electrocuted. He took 3 steps back with a thud-thud-thud sound. His eyes were filled with horror. A man in a Taoist robe walked out slowly. "Let's see who dares to hurt young Master Luo with me here." As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, Luo Hitu's face lit up with joy. He said respectfully, "Greetings, Master Liu." "Master Liu? Who's that?" Judging from his Taoist robe, he should be a Taoist priest. Luo Hitu hired a Taoist priest to play tricks. Is he trying to defeat Nangong Wu with just a Taoist priest? Many people around them were discussing. However, Nangong Wu looked as if he was facing a formidable enemy. "Were you the one who attacked just now?" When Nangong Wu attacked Luo Hitu just now, he suddenly felt an electric current coming from his palm. He quickly retreated. He did not even see clearly who attacked him from the beginning until the end. He was filled with fear. How dare you attack young Master Luo? I'm just giving you a small warning. Now, do as young Master Luo said. Take out 10 billion and you can leave with your young lady. Otherwise, I don't care if you're the Nangong family's bodyguards. Me. Don't think that you can play tricks in front of me just because you know some tricks. I'd like to see what's so great about you. Although Nangong Wu was shocked to the point of retreating, he regained his courage when he thought about it and realized that it did not cause any harm to his body. You're really stubborn. Liu Chong sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. A transparent handprint was imprinted on Nangong Wu's chest from a few meters away. Nangong Wu spat out a mouthful of blood and flew 5 to 6 meters away. He fell to the ground and struggled. His face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he was severely injured. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Nangong Wu was known as the #1 expert of the Nangong family. He was famous in the entire northern martial arts world. However, Liu Chong was able to beat him to the ground from a few meters away with a gentle wave of his hand. This was like a legend. Nangong Jingmeng, who had already calmed down, revealed a look of shock on his face. More than 30 members of the Nangong family's bodyguards watched as Nangong Wu spat out blood. However, no one dared to charge forward. It was too strange and too terrifying. Although they were all powerful, they had never seen such godlike skills. After sending Nangong Wu flying, Liu Chong did not even bother to look at him. Instead, he looked at Nangong Jingmeng, who was sitting there. Who was the bodyguard that injured young Master Luo's subordinate? I'd like to see what he's capable of. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.